2:30, so we'll open the hearing. Plan change 1 to the 2GP, the non-heritage items that we're dealing with today. We'll just introduce ourselves to you. My name's Rob van Voorthausen. I'm an Independent Hearings Commissioner based in Napier.
Kia ora, I'm Sophie Barker. I'm a City Councillor and RMA Commissioner.
Kia ora tātou, I'm Jim O'Malley. I too am a City Councillor and an RMA Commissioner.
Yeah, and then the first item today will be a health and safety briefing. Thanks, Greg. Thank you for that. And anyone in the hearing who needs to discuss anything by way of admin or how processes work, then Rebecca is the person that can see. So we have had a schedule of appearances circulated, which we'll proceed through today. But first of all, I'll just turn to the reporting officers. If you'd like to introduce yourself and the team to us, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. My name's Chris. I'm team leader of planning at DCC, and I oversee the second part of the planning process for the submission stage. We've already introduced there's a couple of preliminary matters that I'd like to just go well. We have one withdrawal submission since the section 42 was prepared. That's submission 19, praise and pray. And that submission supporting changes in E3 and progressive agreements. Secondly, I'd like to correct the summary of the submission that was made by Andrea and Nick Lawson, which was submission 219. That was incorrectly summarised as supporting change Res 13 with amendments, but the submitters opposed that change. We also provided a response to 2 clarification questions that you provided to us earlier, and the response to that is on the website. As a result of looking into one of those questions, we noticed that there was a numbering error in the proposed changes to Rule 454X in the Section 42A report, which has implications for how that rule operates. I understand that our response has been sent to relevant submitters, and it's also on the website. And at the end of the hearing, we'll provide a full list of recommended amendments to all provisions as an appendix to our article reply at the end of the hearing. So if there's no questions on that, I'll just get the officers to introduce themselves. I'll say there was at least six staff have been involved in preparing the Section 42 report. Through the hearing, we'll just have 2 senior planners attending the hearing, and they'll collate any questions that you might have and reply to them at the end. So just starting with Peter.
Hi, my name is Peter Rawson, senior planner at DCC.
What else do you have responsibility as senior planner?
My name is John Sills, trade consultant. Good morning, Pete Morrissey, policy planner at DCC.
No, I didn't hear a word of that one.
Meeting me. I'm a planner at DCC as well.
Thanks.
And I'm Hazel James, I'm a senior policy planner at DCC.
So that's all the staff.
So thank you very much.
Alright, no, thanks very much for that. Alright, so the first thing we have is Mercy Hospital. I'm just coming up to the table there. So good morning and welcome. Introduce yourselves shortly, but just for your benefit and anyone else who's appearing today, and I'll repeat this throughout the day, thank you very much for pre-circulating the written material, which we've diligently read, so you'll be pleased to know you don't need to read that out loud to us. But each of you are very welcome after you've introduced yourselves to speak to any pre-circulated material and highlight key points for us, and then we'll see if we have questions. Other than that, over to you.
Good morning, Richard Whitney's Chief Executive of Mercy Hospital.
Yes, good morning, Louise Taylor. I'm a planning consultant, pre-circulated planning evidence on behalf of Mercy Hospital, which I'm sure you've all read. So I will thought I'd just read my summary statement. I've just got a couple of things to expand on. Mr. Whitney didn't prepare any evidence, but he is obviously happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you.
So at 1.1 of my summary, the Dunedin City Council established a specific zone for the Mercy Hospital prior to the partially operative second generation district plan, the 2GP, to provide for the hospital and associated activities undertaken by Mercy at its site in Newington Avenue. Fantastic, that's up there. At that time, the actual and potential effects of Mercy's operation were carefully considered, and a specific zone and rule framework was developed to enable Mercy's activities, whilst appropriately managing effects on neighbours in the wider roading network. A Mercy Hospital development plan was included in the zone, providing a building envelope for any future building expansion works to comply with. And I have, just for ease of reference, just snipped that development plan just after paragraph 7.3 in my evidence. It's now Appendix 27A of the 2GP. Mercy's submission on Plan Change 1 generally sought to prevent a more restrictive planning framework in the Mercy Hospital zone due to the thorough process that occurred to establish the zone, and again via the 2GP process. There is no evidential basis to impose a more restrictive set of plan provisions. I agree with the Section 42A report recommendation in relation to Mercy Hospital's submission, other than I consider it to be more efficient and effective to use a gross floor area as a trigger for resource consent rather than vehicle movements trigger in relation to high trip generating activities. So in conclusion, I do support the recommendations in the 42A report. I consider it inefficient and inconsistent with the Mercy Hospital zone objectives to impose a rule requiring resource consent for an increase in building footprint or vehicle movements from activities that are in accordance with the Mercy Hospital development plan. And I agree that rules 2733X and 2710X1 should only apply to new buildings or additions that are not in accordance with the development plan, and that's recommended in the 42A report. I consider that the trigger in Appendix 6E of the Transportation chapter should be 2,200 square metres gross floor area for hospitals, rather than the Section 42A report recommendation of 50 vehicle movements per hour or 250 heavy vehicle movements per day, whichever is met first. And I'd just like to expand on that slightly. So in the evidence of Mr. Copland, he does recommend that 50 vehicle movements per hour is appropriate. He also draws on NZTA's research report 453 and notes that that is equivalent to 2,200 square metres. An example where Mercy did need resource consent for an expansion outside of the development area was lodged in 2023, and Mr. Whitley can talk about that project in detail if it's useful to the panel, but just in summary, it was for a Cathedra 7 extension, so a lower ground floor extension, and it extended just outside the development plan, the future development plan area, by about 4.75 metres. So in that case, resource consent was sought and granted, and relevant effects were considered. In that case, if Mercy had to calculate what the part that was outside the future area, what additional vehicle movements would have been triggered by that area, that would have been quite a difficult exercise because it wasn't a new building that's separate, and that's very unlikely for Mercy in the future. And so it would have been far simpler to say, well, we're X square metres outside the area. Does that trigger that 2,200? Yes, no. If it does, we'll do an assessment under the new rule. So that's an example where it would have been useful to have a floor area as opposed to the vehicle movements trigger. And finally, in terms of that conclusion, I consider it appropriate to include up to 10 inpatient beds, which is overnight stay, in the definition of healthcare, and that is as recommended by the 42A officer. Also just wanted to mention, it's not in my evidence, but when I was prepping I did notice that the hospital definition currently refers to registered healthcare practitioners. It would be a consequential amendment, which I'm sure staff will pick up as part of the checking, that they would need to replace healthcare practitioners with healthcare, as PCD 16 deletes registered healthcare health practitioner's definition in the plan, but it would be appropriate to replace that with the new definition of healthcare, or new term healthcare. Right, that's all we had. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitney, did you wish to say anything at this stage, or are you happy if we just go to questions?
Just happy for questions.
Great. So, any questions?
I just have a question. It talks about at the start that the Mercy Hospital development plan or area was done prior to the 2GP. Oh, what year was that done? I couldn't quite
So
find
the plan change was done in 2013,
Okay.
and then it was reconsidered when the 2GP came in 2016. Yes.
And was there any new evidence around the time of 2016 to make any changes, or not, or was it kept the same?
There was some slight changes to the development plan. It reflected the work that I think there was some small changes that Mercy had made in the meantime, so they updated that. There certainly was submitters which referred to amenity planting, that sort of thing, and so the 2GP panel imposed sort of more planting requirements. But from a traffic point of view, and I did go back and check the evidence on that, there was no evidence specifically relating to traffic in terms of the Mercy zone.
And you'd built when was the car park built?
The Burwood Ave.
You got your double car park?
Yes.
2014.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank
So
you.
I think that was in between the two.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just around the concept of floor space versus anticipated vehicle movements, wouldn't the actual building that's being built have different effects on the amount of expected traffic movements? In other words, if you're extending an existing theatre, so you're probably not changing your clinical activity at all, so that would have zero effect, potentially anticipate zero effect. If you added another theatre, that would be more activity. So just going on the floor area alone without knowing the activity, what you expect to have on the impact of transport?
Yeah, that's a good question too. I think the reality either is a proxy, and so if you and I'm relying on the traffic evidence of Mr. Copland when he's referring to the NZTA guidelines where there is a sort of an equivalent that's been provided. I think we accept that the 2,200 would be a proxy, and the trigger would simply be that the rule would kick in, and resource consent would be required under that rule, and therefore traffic assessment would be required. And at that time, if Mercy had assessed it and said, well, actually, it's not changing the actual vehicle movements very much, the effects are minimal, that would be covered in the resource consent application. Now, that's actually what happens now anyway, but it would just formalise that process.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Look, I understand the issue you brought to our attention, and the diagrams above your paragraph 7.4 with the blue shading illustrate that. You don't need to turn to it. I just noticed in your recommendation right at the start that you summarised for us, you're saying that the 2,200 metres gross floor area should apply to hospitals in general. In the Section 42A report, in Appendix 6C, the staff have recommended a new line for just says hospital. But I was wondering, in terms of the relief that you're seeking, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have an additional line just for Mercy Hospital, which we could then tailor to the requested ground floor area, so it wouldn't capture other hospitals who haven't come before us asking for that same relief?
Yes, certainly that would be the appropriate solution. Also, I note the recommendation in the 42A report is for the rule trigger to only apply to in respect to Mercy Hospital where it's outside the future development area in the development plan. So that matter is narrowed down, but you're quite right that it would be an option just to put it in Appendix 6C as a separate line item.
Yep, and that's crystal clear for everyone, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. All right, that's all I wanted to ask you about. Thanks very much for your evidence, and thanks for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best for a good hearing.
Yeah, not freeze to death. Next submitter, Daryl Sycamore, Terramark Limited. Good morning and welcome. Sycamore, I'm not here. Sure you were here when I said that thanks very much to everyone, including yourself. It's pre-circulated material. We've read that. You don't need to read it out loud to us, but we're very interested to hear what you have to say and to summarise key points for us, and we'll proceed to questions after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morena koutou. My name is Darryl Sycamore. I'm a planner for Tiramark, and we're grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd just like to, before I proceed, just like to clarify that Tiramark couldn't benefit financially from any of the positions we're pushing today. In fact, it will probably take away a significant amount of our workload, but we think it's entirely appropriate that a few key issues are highlighted for you. So I've got 3 key points I want to refer to. The evidence covered off a number of points, but 3 are the ones that we have the greatest concern about for our clients, both now and in the future. The first one is with respect to the firefighting performance standards and new rules that are looking to be brought in. And look, we certainly agree that there needs to be rules brought in to ensure emergency services can appropriately respond to a fire event in the city. Dunedin has a gravity-fed system, comes from Deep Creek and Deep Stream. Now, it is engineering genius how it's been designed, but the shortfall is for much of the city there isn't actually enough pressure to comply with the firefighting code. Now, Rule 933 requires development to comply with that firefighting code of practice, and council is obliged to ensure that all subdivisions do comply with that code. That requires the confirmation that there's 2 hydrants, one 135 metres from the development, and the second 270 metres from the development, and both hydrants must be capable of providing 12.5 litres per second. That enables an appropriate response to firefighting. In practice, when Tiramark actually applies for a resource consent, we look at the hydrants that are available and the setbacks and confirm that is met. We then ask Three Waters to confirm that there is sufficient pressure. We've done that for a number of years and we never get a response. Council's always silent on that. And following notification of Plan Change 1 and actually looking at the FEN's GIS websites for pressure, it became quite clear why. In short, there's a large percentage of the city and developments within the city that are not compliant with the firefighting code, and they remain non-compliant today. There's certainly no easy solution for the issue. However, these changes that are proposed now impose quite significant effects on landowners and developments, and we seek to address that. It's likely few residents actually appreciate there's large areas of the city that don't have sufficient pressure for firefighting, and for some properties there'll be insufficient pressure to actually have one fire appliance connected to a hydrant to respond to a firefighting event. In my view, developers' responsibility sits with the provision of hydrants within that appropriate setback, and it falls on council to ensure that there is actually appropriate pressure. Council has the ability to upgrade their water network to meet that code, whereas the private landowners do not. Now, further complicating that is council's actually installed pressure reducing devices into the network for the city. Basically, the network's ageing and under stress, and adding pressure reducing devices will extend the life of that network. Now, what that means is more and more sites are actually not compliant with the code, and that's quite concerning. Now, based on these rules, what they require is either you install a sprinkler system within the house, a communal system, or a large static supply. Now, this rule applies to new developments, an extension to a dwelling, or even a shed at the back of your site. Say 12 square metres, that's above the permitted baseline, permitted activity rule. Now, if you were to build a shed at the back for your lawnmower and your kids' bikes, you basically, as this rule reads in my interpretation, you'll need to upgrade your whole house and property to meet that. In my opinion, this rule should be refused, given the city's water network is not actually capable of meeting the code in a lot of places. Council should focus on improving the water pressure of their network and then come back when a future plan change to bring this rule in. But the idea of having to install 30,000 litre static supplies in the front or beside properties with hard stand areas and couplings, communal systems, or internal sprinkler systems is a significant imposition when the problem shouldn't fall on the landowners. So that's my first point, sir. My second point relates to the Rule Res 13, that's the stormwater open water courses. Now, I watched the council meeting on August the 12th, and note that City Development sought to withdraw that as there were over 100 mapping errors in that rule. It's surprising that that rule wasn't well ground-truthed and was relying on the days of the Borough Council, which ended in 1989. Now, I note that Council wants to introduce this again in the future, and I just want to stress that putting aside the mapping errors, there are actually a number of significant issues that relate to this rule. Once mapped by the DCC as a watercourse, then Section 13 applies, and the Regional Council becomes involved within any activity within 7 metres of that newly mapped watercourse. This is accepted by Council, and that is why the permitted activity rules from Chapter 13 of the RPW have been carried directly over into the DCC proposed rules. With the watercourse mapped, you would arguably need consent from the ORC to mow the lawn or plant a vegetable garden, as both activities would constitute an activity within the bed of a watercourse. Another consequence of introducing the mapped watercourse overlay is the setbacks are also subject to Section 14 of the Water Plan. Here, a structure within 7 metres of that mapped watercourse would also require consent from the Otago Regional Council. And so I just want to put this into context about how this would be applied. If you were to apply for a deck or dwelling extension within 5 metres of this mapped watercourse, and look, a lot of these are actually just in the backyards of people's properties, that is the piece of lawn at the moment, the way they're mapped, you'll need to get a consent from both the DCC and the Otago Regional Council. Now, once it's mapped, if you wanted to do a deck or dwelling extension 6 metres from that watercourse, you wouldn't need one from the DCC, but you would need to still get a consent from the Otago Regional Council. So that's around $5,000 to $10,000 down the gurgler, and then you'd have to also pay annual monitoring fees to the Regional Council in perpetuity for their consent. Once that term expires, you'd have to reapply for a new one. It's a significant imposition on landowners, and they're quite perverse outcomes that I don't think were contemplated by DCC, and they certainly weren't commented on in the Section 42A report. Yet, the worst thing, well, the perverse thing is that even under the situation, you'd still be allowed to apply and install a bird observation deck or a hydro generator, a navigation aid, a mai-mai or a wetland, right in the bed of the watercourse because they're permitted activity rules in the regional plan which have been carried over, yet you can't build a deck. So if I could talk about CP15, and that relates to the permitted baseline rule, that's been quite a topical issue for council and local surveying and land engineering firms recently. The permitted baseline rule as proposed was actually previously applied by DCC planners at the request of Three Waters, which led to an internal policy shift, and that interpretation has led to quite a lot of dispute in the last couple of years. Now, fortunately, that interpretation has been disregarded by city planning in favour of a site-specific runoff calculation consent notice, and I provided you a copy of how one of those consent notices looks. Now, sir, I haven't provided you the report that sits behind that. It's 15, 20 pages of engineering calculations. I don't understand them, and they're available if you want them, but the consent notice is what comes out of that report. As a consequence of applying the permitted baseline at the time of Section 104.2, it will impact mum and dad developers or those doing infill developments the greatest. In this case, even a small unit on 500 square metres must be treated as if any development or hard surfacing would have to be assessed at 70% site coverage. Three Waters will then require attenuation at that 70% coverage, which in reality most sites like this are only half of that area. So I want to talk about a real life example. We recently had a 2-lot subdivision that was submitted to council, which ended in an objection hearing. Now, I went through due process, I don't begrudge the outcome, but I just want to explain to you how the process and the previous interpretation applied. In short, that was a 1,012 square metre site. The applicant wanted to build a small dwelling of around 120, 130 square metres on their rear lot, which comprised 641 squares. Three Waters held the view that the attenuation for the future had to be 70%, and that meant we had to assess that on 448 square metres of house and hard surfacing. To achieve that level of attenuation, we had to install an 8,000 litre tank to ensure post-development flows were less than pre-development flows, which linked to the permitted baseline. When in reality, only a 1,000 litre tank actually was better than neutral. That decision was referred to an objection, was defended by a senior planner, Three Waters staff, council's lawyer, and it was not upheld. Since that hearing decision, a number of meetings have been held with council staff, managers, general managers, and we've now actually found a new approach that works. It was the same consistent approach to what we sought in that hearing, and everyone's in agreement, and I've included to you parts of a report where it was talked about. Now that means irrespective of the size of any development, the runoff is always managed to a degree that the attenuation is commensurate with the scale of that development. Now, in my view, the proposed changes in CP15 will actually walk back and enable Three Waters to push their position. They will walk back that advancement we've had in terms of internal application and interpretation. So we really seek to get that provision removed, sir. I've got a few other things to talk about, but I'm certainly mindful of time, so that completes my verbal evidence proper, and I've got the outer zone submission that I can refer to. Happy to take your questions now, or...
why don't you just carry on saying what you want to say to us, and then we'll have questions at the end.
Sure, thank you.
That's right.
So I'm looking at a new rezoning at number 12 McKinley Road. Now, City Development stresses that Plan Change 1 is not a rezoning plan change, yet there are a number of sites being actively submitted for rezoning. Plan Change 1 is, amongst many things, it is a rezoning plan change, and we consider that's appropriate that this site is brought into that. The land at 12 McKinley Road has quite a long history. It's fantastic. It is split zoned, residential 1 and hill slopes rural. Yep, so that's the one. Yep. Thank you very much. Now, this site has been subject to addressing the split zone issue for a number of years. And in 2015, when I worked as a planner at DCC, City Development came in and said, we are looking at bringing in the 2GP, a second generation plan. We're going to solve a whole lot of problems. And one of the GIS staff came in, they had a piece of colour A4 in their hand, and they had this particular site with that image right there in their hand. And they actually explained to us, this is what we're going to fix. We're going to make this residential, and all these small errors in zone mapping will be addressed. Now that, unfortunately, was not carried into the 2GP. Now then, at the time of Variation 2, the landowner sought to include the site as for inclusion, and the council elected not to include it in the site for residential zone rezoning. The residential component was then subdivided into 13 new lots, and some of those sites were actually split zoned, and then consent was then sought to develop just the solely small rural part, which was touch under half a hectare. That was declined on the basis of the avoid policy in the rural zone. It was treated like a prohibit. There was no way through. Now the applicant is now sought to include that rural component in this plan change, and once again the site was overlooked. So the existing environment comprises 13 lot development. 12 lots are consented for residential use, with lot 12 being zoned rural with no practical use. The rural zone land can't be farmed, it can't be used productively, nor can it be used for the likes of anything like plantation forestry or anything like that, as it would actually introduce significant adverse effects on neighbours. It's illogical in my mind not to include this site in any rezoning opportunity. And look, should the panel elect to rezone it, they can be assured there's no risk to natural justice in my view. All the adjoining landowners for the last 10, 12 years are well aware that the applicant's been actively engaged with the council to rezone it. There's been no opposing submissions since the inception of the 2GP, and no one would be surprised, nor would anyone in my view be unfairly prejudiced if the council elects to rezone it. It's a dead piece of land in the middle of a subdivision. It's no good to anybody. So that's our case to you today.
Great, thank you very much for that. Let's see if we have questions.
Well, I must start with 12 McKinley Road, because I do remember this property from Variation 2, and as we were going through that process, it was not needed for the urban capacity for what was not considered by the panel, and in the collective view of the city, we needed to provide the extra housing required that V2 was about. Why would it now meet the threshold to come back in again, given in this particular instance?
Well, arguably it will only bring in another 5 or 6 new lots. But what we have is we have a 16-metre legal road formed right out the front. We have a footpath, we have rubbish trucks driving right past that site every Thursday morning. It's part of a residential environment, yet it can't be used for any rural productive use. It's perverse not to include it as residential. It's got subdivisions all around it. It's perfectly designed. The other parcel of land that's to the south there has now been developed into a 6-lot development. It's a perfect location for it. It's a lovely microclimate. It's got a great outlook. So in terms of a desirable place for people to want to live, it's actually quite a nice place. And you know, whatever the residential capacity says now, there's no reason why you wouldn't want to include it in any plan change we could do.
What's the overland water flow in that area? It's been a long time since I remember that coming in front of us, but am I right in saying that sort of to the left and to the bottom there is some overland water flow that comes through there?
That is correct. That has been modelled, and all the area with that overland water flow is now part of the new 13-lot development. So it's only a small portion of the site that's rural. The rest is all developed. Where that water course is, it sits now in residential sites.
And then, just if you can, back to your start about the firefighting activities. You mentioned pressure reducing valves, PRVs. My impression is that PRVs are used at the bottom of water mains to take away the 200-metre head that comes out of Mount Grand. And you sort of implied that we've put PRVs in parts of the city to reduce the water pressure because of the quality of the lines.
I've been advised by someone in Three Waters that they were introduced as a mechanism to actually reduce the pressure and extend the life of the network because it's struggling to keep up. Now, that's hearsay, but it is what I have been told.
Okay. I think we have to treat it as hearsay because I've never been told that.
Sure. Either way, it doesn't actually diminish the relevance of my arguments.
The pressure in parts of I presume the higher suburbs in the city, given it's a gravity-fed system, are too low for the firefighting units to work.
That's correct. And in my appendix, I included 2 images. One was along Helensburgh Road, where those hydrants are around 4 to 5 litres a second. Now, if you put one fire appliance on one of those hydrants, you would not have enough flow to put out a fire suitably. You certainly couldn't put in 2 hydrants and 2 fire appliances because the drawdown from one will diminish the pressure on the other. I also included another image that covered off the wider Mary Hill area. A large portion of those would have capacity to meet the need for one appliance, but it certainly wouldn't meet 2, and that's the requirement of the code.
Thanks.
I just have a quick question around on page 23 of your evidence. There's a picture of where are we? 12 McKinley Road in 2020, and it looks quite different to what's here, but it appears to have is it a plantation of trees there? I've been around there before. So is that what the land is being used for currently?
That was felled several years ago to facilitate the first part of the subdivision, which has gone through a number of consenting processes now. So the trees are gone.
Oh, okay. So that's...
And along the watercourse there to the northeast is a ribbon of indigenous vegetation that's actively managed by the landowner that sits on a slope.
Oh, so we've got the before picture, you've sent us the before picture and this is the after picture that's up here, is that correct?
That is correct. The one that's before was when the first subdivision was sought with council, a copy from the scheme plan.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks. Now, we received on the 15th of August a letter or a memorandum from Fire and Emergency New Zealand. Have you been made aware of that?
No, I haven't, but I've had multiple discussions with the Fire and Emergency staff in Dunedin, which kind of centred around my
they mention your submission, but the relief they're now asking us for is they want us to reject the deletion of 9.3.3.1 and all relevant consequential changes to the subdivision performance standards, and Fire and Emergency support the amendments to 9.3.3.2. So they have a slightly different position.
Well, look, that's fine. They've obviously got an interest in ensuring fires when they occur are put out safely and quickly. My point is that there's an issue with pressure, and the approach of the clauses B, C and D in that rule are quite profound in terms of residential amenity, streetscape character and things. So yeah, I think that what's proposed will introduce quite a few perverse outcomes in terms of character.
Yeah, just in terms of this issue of the stormwater baseline and CP15, which is at your paragraph 45, I'm struggling to understand your concern. That word, the words in italics in your evidence, it says council will not consider potential permitted new buildings or structures or compliance with the maximum building site coverage, which to my mind means that they're actually not imposing a permitted baseline, they're excluding a permitted baseline, and developments will be assessed on their merits along the lines that you've suggested should happen in terms of runoff and attenuation, etc. So I'm not understanding your concern.
Sure, there's some uncertainty about how the rule's interpreted, and I've talked to senior planners, I've talked to senior city development staff member. It's uncertain how Three Waters seeks to apply it, but the feedback from Three Waters is they want this to be brought in so then they can then have some leverage to enable all developments to be assessed at 70% site coverage. And that's when you have to put in the requisite attenuation.
That's not the words say. The words say will not.
No, that's correct, but look, we've been applying an interpretation which isn't in the district plan now for a number of years as well, and they've just realised they've just gone back to what's actually said in the district plan.
Okay, well maybe in the reply report the officers can comment on this. To me the words are quite clear that CP15, 1511, 1.X is not applying a permitted baseline, it's doing the opposite, unless I'm misunderstanding what will not means. Alright. Talk about caravans. Oh, at your paragraph 67, regarding the tree. What actually are you asking us to do?
I'd like the scheduled trees to be mapped in the district plan where they're actually growing.
Yeah.
They're currently in the road reserve. You're going to hear from submitter Kylie Robinson later on today about that.
Yeah.
From my calculations, they are 3 metres in the road reserve, not on the boundary. And the implications of that, when it comes to maintenance or the removal of those trees, changes things quite dramatically.
Okay, so you just basically want your relief is that you want the trees matched where they actually are.
That's correct.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Gotcha. And just in terms of 12 McKinley Road, we had up on the screen before the area that's zoned hill slopes rural. What's this LUC? What land use capability is it?
3.
Okay, so that's problematic, isn't it?
Well, it is to some degree. A case was put forward through the HPL exclusion pathway in terms of the fact that it wouldn't have any, could be argued and accepted. Now, the panel rightly landed on the point if they couldn't approve it because of the prohibit rule, or the avoid rule, and they did refer to the LEC3 rule, and look, that's reasonable. It is looking at being re-evaluated by government later on this year or sometime in the near future.
Yes.
Look, in my mind, it's just illogical to have a dead piece of rural land sitting in the middle of a nice new subdivision, and we've gone through every effort in the past through proper council process to bring it on, and council every time elects not to, and I can't work out why, because it's the perfect site for development.
Yeah. Look, I understand what you're saying there, but until the government changes the definition of HPL, our hands are a little bit tied, aren't they, if it's LUC3.
That is correct. There was certainly scope in the hearing for the argument to be made that the exclusion pathway could be met.
Right.
But the majority of that weighting was put on the avoid policy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I wanted to ask you about. So thanks very much for coming in this morning. And I'd encourage you to grab hold of, talk to some of the officers. They can forward that Foreign Emergency New Zealand submission to you. You're probably interested to read it, given it's a topic of interest to you.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Now, our next submitter is Tim Liqueur. I don't know how to pronounce that surname. Liqueur? Tim Liqueur? Is there a Tim Liqueur in the building? Is there a Karen Ludwig in the building? Why don't you come on up? We'll hear from you instead.
Hi.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. So I'm Karen Ludwig, and this is my partner, Callum Judge, my support person, I guess.
Yeah.
We own 187 and 191 Norwood Street, and I've sent in a wee map.
Yeah. Now, just before you talk to us, I just wanted to make sure, and there's no issue if you're not aware of this, but the officers have recommended to us that all of the new stormwater open water courses that were looked to be added to PC1, they're recommending now that not happen.
Excellent.
They're also recommending that all of the provisions that we're going to, a lot of the provisions that we're going to attach to those newly mapped areas simply don't happen. So they've taken that whole package off the table. That's their recommendation. So, Mr. Rawson, do you want to? Can you explain that better than me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, change our settings to so that applies right through the city. We've now, because there have been a need for a number of years, and then we've proposed to move mapping update from so what was notified in the mapping so in terms of the setting, so proposed to change it doesn't apply to the doesn't apply to your side. We are proposing ultimately.
Yeah. So, in a nutshell, the staff recommended that the issue of concern to you simply goes away.
So basically what we're saying is the letter I got in the mail does not apply anymore?
That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Rawson?
Yes, in terms of it depends what your concern is, but in terms of the alignment of the still on your land, we're proposing it to not be applied anymore, so that people move.
So the mapping and the setback?
Yes, so because that alignment there, which is shown on the screen, that blue line would be removed, which is the sort of the map area we walk up there. That's what we're recommending. And so because of that, the setback doesn't apply either.
Great. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd kind of hit you up with
Before anyone to start talking about it.
So now that if that's the relief you were seeking, then the staff have recommended that it occur. So.
Oh, that is so good. Thank you for removing those rules then, because there was a lot of confusion whether that's just the Lindsay Creek or all the little ditches and streams that we have on our property as well. Because in the definitions it looked like it's all of those.
That would restrict us from doing pretty much anything on our property.
Yeah, understood.
Oh, so that's fantastic. So then I was just wondering about the zoning. We have a split zoning where part of it down the bottom, it comes back down to Norwood Street. That is already residential. At 191 Norwood Street. We own both. It goes back down around 187 sort of thing, comes back down to Norwood Street. Between Lindsay Creek and Norwood Street, there's a tiny little section there that's residential. Yeah, you can see it by D216, or whatever that is. Basically, because it's part of, we have like a little bit of residential, then the lifestyle block of 187 Norwood Street, but most of 191 Norwood Street is actually zoned rural, but it's actually nestled within all these little houses next door. I don't know if you can see anything there now. So I was just wondering if you could, I think you call it ground truthing, where you're just double checking with your map and in real life to make sure that, those big rural regulations or rules that are really impractical for us, and they don't quite work. When really we're like more of a residential, I think it's old zoning still that we're rural.
Is that the map of your property up there, as it's shown up there?
That's 191, yeah. And so if you go back down, 187, for example, it's also zero rural. You pointed out.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that that bottom corner of your property doesn't reflect the rest of the property in terms of it's got that small residential section?
Well, I guess the challenge is that when you impose those or propose those big rural zones or rural rules, that we're already split zoned, and the big broad 20 metre setbacks on our site doesn't really work because all our flat land, you can see where 191 Norwood Street House is, just where it says Hill Slope Rural, up the top there. Yeah. It's just nestled in between all these little residential sections, and 187 is that little bubble inside 191. It's just all our flat land is at the bottom there, and the rest is rural hill slopes. So really, all our main activities are around the bottom.
It's the challenge is split zoning.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's actually acting more like other residential sections along the river as well. So.
Did you actually raise this rezoning issue in your submission, or is it something you just talk to us about?
That's what I did talk about, the rural zoning that is impractical.
Yeah, so that was in your original submission, I just can't recall.
Yeah, I think at the bottom I said, those big 20 metre setbacks are impractical.
Yeah, that's a setback, that's a different issue.
Yeah.
So rezoning.
But it's done now, so I was just going to mention it. Still.
Yeah.
So thank you.
All right.
It's impractical. No, that's awesome.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And do we have a Tim LeCue? I'm probably saying that wrong yet. Nope. He was scheduled for 10:30, so no, we won't hear Mr. Ray yet. So we'll just take a wee adjournment until 10:30 and see if Mr. LeCue turns up. it's important that you outline what your key points are for us, and in terms of the changes that you're seeking to the notified plan change provisions. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, go for it. Yes, you're talking about family flats, ITAs, movable buildings, and residential buildings sites, aren't you?
Intersections, bus route extensions, or road safety upgrades, and these are the developments that justify the cost and rigour of a full assessment. And that cost is significant. A modest ITA by a transport consultant typically ranges between $4,000 and $2,000. And for a small scale developer or a homeowner looking to subdivide part of their backyard into a real area, and one that they make otherwise compliant and desirable housing unaffordable and unreliable. That outcome runs directly against the principles of the Resource Management Act, which emphasises proportionality and efficiency, as well as against the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which encourages councils to remove unnecessary barriers to housing. So I urge the council to adopt a more targeted approach, requiring transport assessments only where the scalable infrastructure context justifies them. This change would maintain safety and planning integrity without placing unnecessary costs or delays in small infill projects that are critical to the housing supply.
Yeah, just before you do, I know this is no criticism if your answer is no. Have you had an opportunity to look at what we call the staff Section 42A report, where they analyse the submissions and make recommendations to us?
I did look at the this a few months ago, the details are not tangible at the moment.
Okay. They've recommended to us that council may require an ITA, integrated transport assessment, for subdivision that creates lots that have the potential cumulatively or individually to exceed thresholds in Appendix 6C. So have you caught up with that recommendation? Yeah, so basically they're pretty much the relief what they're recommending to us is to take the issue that you and others have raised on board and set thresholds at which an ITA would be required in a single lot.
So something like using the number of movements?
Yeah, vehicle movements per hour and gross floor area, things like that. So they're recommending some thresholds so that the things of concern to you wouldn't necessarily get captured.
Yes, here's an endorsement of that.
Okay, great.
So next I'd like to speak in opposition to CP6, which introduces a 60 square metre floor area limit for family flats in rural and rural residential zones, with consent required for anything up to 80 square metres and non-complying set beyond that. And so it seems to me that this is proposed to contain scale and harmonise general residential zones. And so I think the effects are disproportionate, unnecessary, and at odds with both the character of rural living and broader housing policy. Unlike in urban settings, rural properties are typically large, self-serviced, and widely spaced. A modest family flat of 70 or 85 square metres on a 1 or 2 hectare site poses little risk to amenity or infrastructure. And CP6 creates a rigid regulatory barrier for such dwellings, even when there are no adverse to manage. The size cap risks excluding very beautiful family flats are designed for aging parents, adult children, family members with disabilities. Having a second bedroom or a wider hallway can easily push a flat open to 60 square metres. If these minor increases trigger the need for reasons consent or a non-complying status. And it's not just an inconvenience, I mean, several thousands of dollars in fees, architectural redesigns, consultant reports, and weeks of delay. For a family trying to create a safe, appropriate home for a loved one, this is a serious barrier and not a proportionate planning response. It also risks undermining national direction, the government's policy position, including under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the housing reforms is clear. Say unnecessary barriers to small self-contained housing should be removed. CP6 add-ons adds one, and in a rural context where effects are minimal, capacity is high. Comparing to Clifton District, where no fixed size limit applies, their rural family housing is assessed on actual effects, not arbitrary floor plans. That policy better reflects the nature of rural housing and need and land availability. Seems could be minor in scope. Actually has real impacts, limiting flexibility, raising costs, and discouraging people from following through the processes. Some may choose to forego consent altogether, which creates more problems than it solves. So I urge you to reconsider the rule in its current form. A more flexible, effects-based approach is more consistent with good planning practice with the needs of the rural community.
All right, and in response to the officers have recommended to us some additional wording, and they're recommending that any contravention of the design performance standard for family flats, then council will generally support a consent application where it can be demonstrated that a larger dwelling is necessary to provide appropriate farm worker accommodation based on the context of the rural activity on the same site, and an appropriate legal mechanism will be used to prevent future subdivision of the family flat.
So what does that mean by consent? Because these would normally require any form of consent or that?
Mr. Rawson, can you assist in that regard?
Yes, that's a change to the non-compliant assessment rule. So what you just read out was a design addition. So it's just saying, like read out. So it's a change in relation to the assessment rule. So we'll still require consent that concerns the area that council is
So it gives decision makers a bit more flexibility to consider those issues, which I think is your concern.
Consent for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many of you have applied for a written consent before. Well, that's good. It's not a small undertaking for a small project.
I understand that.
And I think when you balance what is the effect we're trying to limit. I'm struggling quite a bit to hear when you guys speak.
Sorry?
I'm struggling quite a bit to hear when you guys speak.
Alright, try and speak more clearly to the mic. What about that?
That's quite good.
Okay.
Alright, so on to Res 22, which amends Rule 15.5.2.4, so that existing residential buildings are treated as if they were new. So I think I looked at a different section for you too, because I was thinking that I would have seen what you mentioned.
This is in July. The Section 42A report came out on the 25th of July.
I just think that's
So that's in response to a lot of the submissions.
Yeah,
so
sure.
your points are brought up there.
Yeah. So I've written these well before that meeting.
That's right.
I think I may be very important for this beforehand. So the amendment to 15.5.2.4. When a second dwelling is proposed on the same site, the existing residential buildings are treated as if they're new. And it requires that pre-existing boundaries be disregarded and applying performance standards as if they were newly created. Presumably this has been introduced to tidy up density controls, but the proposed variation produces rigidity and unintended consequences, especially for properties with irregular site shapes, like the L-shaped sections across suburban planning. So If you imagine a proposed subdivision on an L-shaped lot, an older home in the narrow portion on the site, and someone decides they want to subdivide a natural solution when there's clear physical separations to subdivide the rear leg and build a second home. The existing house might sit slightly inside a side yard setback, perfectly legal under the rules that apply at the time. It's been put there for decades, causes no adverse effects, and there's no practical way to shift it. But under Res 22, when applying for the second dwelling or subdivision, that existing house is treated as if it were built, meaning it must now comply with today's performance standards, even where compliance is physically impossible. That raises problems on several fronts. First, it forces landowners to address non-compliance. That arises only on paper, not on practice. The building isn't changing, the effects aren't changing, but the law demands full compliance anyway. It goes against the effects-based philosophy of the Resource Management Act. If this existing house isn't generating new effects, and if the new house can fully comply, then there's little time justification to apply new rules retrospectively. Third, it creates cost and uncertainty. Applicants may need to apply for a land use consent not because the proposed dwelling has adverse effects, but because the existing house no longer ticks that box. They could trigger thousands of dollars in consent costs, plan revisions, or even require involvement of the planner, or to deal with something that doesn't impact neighbours or official. Fourth, it removes the pathway from sensible small-scale densification. Sites like these L-shaped sections are one of the best candidates for low-income infill housing. Res 22 risks locking those options up, not because of new line, but because of the old one. So my recommendation is that it be amended to give the council discretion to consider existing buildings on the merits, particularly where the building is lawfully established. Setback or boundary infringements can't reasonably be avoided, and the new dwelling complies with current rules and doesn't worsen any compliance. We'll be able to preserve fairness, reduce unnecessary barriers, and better align with the intended density rules to manage effects rather than regulate history.
Right. Is that the items you wanted to address outside, or is there an...
What was that, sorry?
Is that the end of the matters you wanted to address outside, or is there
No, one more.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
It's my longest one, about Res 7, the implementation of Res 7, which is the proposed clarification that tiny houses on wheels and similar movable structures used for residential activity must comply with the same density rules as permanent dwellings. I may have misinterpreted what this means, but I've taken it on the basis of the wording. So I see here an attempt to clarify the plan, but I think that this is an overreach, which again risks unintended consequences for housing freedom, planning fairness, and legal clarity. It risks criminalising house choices that are affordable, low impact, and often born of necessity, not luxury. So Dunedin families are increasingly turning to tiny houses on wheels, caravans, and converted buses to house adult children, elderly parents, or themselves, often on land they already own. Examples of large-scale developments, they're modest, respectful, and reflect our growing need for flexible multi-generation living. Res 7 would mean that placing a 20 square metre tiny house for your adult child in the backyard on a site that already holds two homes, bigger one, or a small one, just one, would breach density rules. Family might be forced to disconnect and remove that home even when it's well below the size and footprint of a new garage. Meanwhile, the restrictions on the size of permitted homes are only limited by the land area. You could build 250 square metre, 4-bedroom dwellings on an 800 square metre site. But let your mother stay in a house bus beside them after you had complications from childbirth, and suddenly you're a breach. Putting the pun to the side, even a more realistic situation, you have your 2-bedroom house on the 500 square metre section, and you do have a big clot that goes to your lungs after your pregnancy. Your mum would come down to help with the baby and the toddlers, and then on that she's got to stay a bit longer, but you need to get out of the room for the toddlers. And maybe the toxic works has gone to your brain and you can't move for a year. Now she's not allowed to stay there on your bus.
It's a disproportionate response that targets the small and vulnerable while allowing bulkier, high-impact buildings to proceed. The RMA is sound urban planning practice is space, not form-based. It reset and targets form, particularly mobility and dwelling count over actual environmental or infrastructural effects. Tiny houses have minimal infrastructure demands, very low traffic and parking generation, near zero impacts on shading, runoff, or visual bulk. By contrast, even permitted dwellings can have significant cumulative impacts, larger areas, excessive driveways, and major surface demands. Red 7 doesn't distinguish between those vastly different scenarios. It applies the same density control to a 25 square metre movable home as to a 250 square metre movable. This blunt instrument approach undermines the 2GP's goal of promoting efficient land use in the compact urban form, especially in residential homes that were never intended to exclude creative low-impact housing solutions. Legally, Red 7 introduces ambiguity and enforcement risk. The proposed change applies to movable buildings used for housing, but what constitutes useful housing? Is one night enough, 1 week, or if someone lives in an occasionally or renovated? Without a clear duration threshold, this provision could be difficult to enforce consistently, intrusive in its application by requiring monitoring of private living situations, and could potentially be subject to legal challenge for uncertainty or disproportionality. It also creates confusion with the Building Act, which already has a nuanced test for whether a movable structure is a building has an anchoring, permanence, and connection to services. And Red 7 risks undermining the national definitions. With a local rule, it's harder to interpret and enforce. And that opens the door to unnecessary compliance action from minimal contemporary users. Once again, Red 7 is counter to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which calls on councils to enable more housing choice, remove unnecessary barriers, and allow diverse forms of housing. Red 7 creates an additional barrier to innovative, low-cost, sustainable housing. It treats tiny homes as a regulatory threat rather than an opportunity. Compared to Wellington, Tasman, Whakatane, and Christchurch, which take a more nuanced view, recognise that tiny homes have a role to play in increasing supply, that use and effects can have more than form, and that flexibility is critical in modern urban development. Maine would be locking itself into a more restrictive, less adaptable position at a time when most of the country is moving together. The Maine have begun its clarification, but it risks becoming a constraint. It shifts focus away from real effects and towards technical compliance. And I urge you to consider whether this is necessary or whether existing rules already allow council to manage real impacts, such as bulk shading and construction line, without imposing an overly rigid interpretation against it.
Thank you for that. I'll just put to you what the officers have recommended to us in terms of the issue that you've raised. And they've recommended amending the provisions so that in terms of determining density for any structural vehicle such as a tiny home on wheels or a caravan, then it would be included, the density provisions would apply if that tiny home or caravan is being occupied for more than 3 months at a time on the site. So they've recommended imposing a 3-month duration. So it's only if the 3-month duration is exceeded that it will trigger the density.
And so again, you've got, why can you have a family flat which is bigger that doesn't trigger the same density?
Yeah, I'm just putting to you what they've recommended. So what's your view on that?
And my view is that it's not necessary. People, I don't see what the problem is with having a tiny house on your property or another movable vehicle. All vehicles are movable. A vehicle which is being used for some residential activity. And how do you enforce that someone's been there for 3 months? Is a weekend away no longer a continuous period of 3 months?
Alright, I just want to get your opinion on that. I'll see if we have any questions, please.
Actually, there's a question staff on that particular relief about 3 months occupancy. How do you envisage that would actually play out? I'm going back to Stu's sort of one of his concepts was you have family emergency, you've got a relative to come in and we to go and minivan for them to stay in while they're doing it. And that exceeds 3 months, but it's clearly got a temporal period that would finish. Would there be a mechanism where you'd be able to say some, how will it be assessed that this is actually now being used as a business versus this is just a temporary activity which will go away?
I think in reality it would be complaints based on the neighbours if they phone the council and they're considering to put something. But otherwise there's something to know. But it's likely just to be through our enforcement.
So it would be a rule that could be enforced upon receiving a complaint rather than the council going around and enforced counting the number of vehicles.
Exactly, we would do that.
So you're just creating, I think it's like, you're just creating a mechanism for people to claim they don't like a look of their neighbour's caravan.
Mr. Rawson, you have to answer questions from the therapist. Mr. Tanner, we can put questions to the staff, but what's important for us to understand is the concerns you're bringing to the table.
It's really not clear what the aim of the meaning of this.
Understood.
I'm trying to read my own writing, I'm afraid. So I heard about the ITAs and transport for all subdivisions, so unfortunately I can't read my writing. Was that around the being close to transport hubs? Was that where that was? I'm just trying to, we've read a few, so I'm just trying to clarify.
That was one of the things I put in my written submission.
That's what I read. What's today's?
As I said, I tried to bring up some different points there. So
are you going to table what you read out today?
What was that,
Are you going to give us what you read today? Because there was a lot of information in there.
I can do it.
Great.
That would be really helpful.
It's not, there's some things I didn't say, there's some things I added on.
Yes, because I read your written submission and then I heard your verbal and I just heard the things that you brought up, so that would actually be really helpful.
All right, so if you can leave then with Rebecca, she'll take a copy of those speaking notes. But other than that, no further questions from you. Thanks very much for coming in and presenting the submission to us.
Thank you. Good on you. Thank you.
All right, so now we're adjourned until 11:30 a.m. and we're hearing from Te Runga. sort of proceeding a little bit earlier and then scheduled, so today, right now we're going to hear from the Runaka Barcade. Yeah, good morning, welcome. Thanks very much for your submission and it's speaking out today for us. We'd be happy for you just to take us through your speaking notes and see if we have any questions for you.
Mr. Chair, for a variety of reasons I'm preparing planning this. What I've done here is I've got a summary of submission and also responded to some of the recommendations. So going a little bit further than the summary of submission, and I trust that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And I was going to actually, the thing that you tabled, you've got your actual suggestions in terms of relief, which is helpful. So that's a good
Thank you. So several changes that were supported by Runaka submission had no submission opposition and they are approved. Mapping certain avenues, view shafts from Otaka, Morai, Aotea and pipelines for Hokiura, so we're welcome those changes to the plan. In terms of healthcare activities, Runaka submitted in support of the modified provisions, which the section 42A author recommends are retained. And Runaka is supportive of that approach. In the Runaka submission, there was some concerns raised around the workability of the definition of Morai-related activities, which does actually include some health-related services. That's outside the scope of this plan change because we were going to be looking towards a neighbourhood reserves plan change. Now with this new plan stop regime, of course, we're a little bit limited in being able to do that. So the beautiful benefit of hindsight, perhaps we could try to work some more changes into the healthcare activities plan change, but that's by the by. In terms of change, Res 18, definition of standard residential short-term house rental accommodation and campgrounds, there was a really concern that temporary use of Maori whenua would be caught out as a commercial activity by including reference to donation in the proposed definition. Secretary has author has responded to this, and I think it's an efficient solution that has been proposed. The three issues identified on behalf of Runaka with the proposed amendment. One is that the term payment is problematic in relation to koha, as it implies both an expectation and a financial transaction, neither of which are appropriate in relation to the concept of koha, which is both voluntary and based on the principle of reciprocity. A second thing is that defining waka and temporary stays as part of standard residential activity means that other standards that apply to that activity come into play. And this is most likely to be the case with the density standards in rural zones. Many Māori land blocks are rural and may be unoccupied, and they may not meet the minimum density requirements, which is a minimum of 15 hectares, depending on what zone they're in. Despite this, whānau affiliated with these blocks are seeking to use the land, including the temporary hosting of visitors. Lastly, the section 42, author has recommended inserting the defined term Māori land in the exclusion, but is open to suggestions regarding this. Now, this came as a bit of a surprise to me that actually there was a definition of Māori land in the 2GP. I wasn't aware of this, and it only gets used in a descriptive sense in sort of introduction to chapters. Runaka using the term Māori land, Runaka submission is employed in the widest sense, more akin to what we've just been through with the Tiger Regional Policy Statement, heritage and mediation, and we were landed via Environment Court Seawater. Runaka views that this definition should be substituted, noting that the term Māori land is currently used in the descriptive rather than substantive sense in the 2GP, and that the 2GP definition is probably too narrow even for that descriptive context. To address these issues, Runaka proposed amending the drafting of the exclusion as follows, and we can read through that. And I guess the key things there are just changing up the koha that substitution of the definition of Māori land from the proposed RPS, the lack of use of this term in the other provision of the 2GP means it should be accepted as a minor improvement. Now I realise that's quite a big ask, I guess substituting a definition like that, but it doesn't get used in any other provision. It's now effectively operative in the RPS, so the 2GP should be giving effect to it. Over the page, in terms of rural industry and intensive farming rules, the Rūnaka Commission opposes the introduction of a new policy that provides for the upgrade and expansion of established rural industry and intensive farming. The main points made by the Rūnaka Commission are as follows. It's to enabling the policy with tested positive effects on rural productivity not quantified in any way. It is, however, noted that the section Kuto A also has recommended additional guidance to address this point, and I think this is helpful. There's no clarity around why these two particular activities have been selected for an enabling policy approach. Other rural activities may be subject to the same potential for reverse sensitivity, yet are not included in this policy. A policy providing specifically for upgrading and expansion of existing activities is inconsistent with the PGB policy drafting approach for land activities. The proposed different approach of splitting out upgrading or expansion for two particular land use activity types, detraction and plant parity, appears to favour expansion of these activities over the other rural activities and leads to uncertainty around the policy approach to upgrade and expansion of other land use activities. We would like to maintain that there is enough policy guidance within existing policies 2312, 16212 and policies under objectives 1623 and 1624 to provide a policy framework for managing reverse sensitivity effects. Reverse sensitivity is also addressed through other provisions such as separation distance rule. In addition of new drafting guidance for positive rural effects under Rule 16.10.25 sufficiently addresses this issue without the loss of clarity and consistency that the new policy introduces. However, were the new policy to be introduced, suggested a couple of drafting improvements. One is the policy language only allowed, I think, is more in line with what other 2GP treats discretionary activities. Also, the wording of the current wording of the effects implies that the latter effects referred to in the policy relates back to the positive effects, so suggested a drafting improvement in relation to that. So thank you, and any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Thanks for setting that out so clearly. I see if we have questions for you. General questions?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Just so I've obviously said it with some of those arbitrations. I see around change here. With the definition of Māori land, how do you anticipate this expansion?
Certainly feeding backwards, is that you? I guess I would leave that for the 2GP team to handle. I realise that's, in terms of the minor improvements, plan change, that's probably a big thing to request. However, it is, we have an Environment Court consent order in relation to the RPS, which makes that definition operative for the region effectively. So it could be a straight substitution of the existing. As I said, I wasn't aware that there was a definition of Māori land, probably because it isn't currently used in any objectives policies or rules in the 2GP. So it came as a little bit of a surprise to me, just putting this together in the last few days, that there actually was a definition of Māori land in the 2GP. Which relates particularly to Māori freehold land under the Territorial Act, which is an important definition, I guess, but Māori land in terms of how Rūnaka view it and how the RPS now views it is a broader concept. So whether it can be a substitution or whether this exclusion goes through, it refers to the definition of in the RPS, which I know from the plan drafting point of view isn't an ideal way to manage it, so I'd have to leave that for the 2GP team to look at.
You would suggest that we look at what is in the RPS to use that once
I guess the ideal for the Rūnaka would be a straight substitution of the RPS definition into the 2GP of Māori land.
Oh, that's clear.
Yes.
one question around at the bottom of page 2, you just changed the suggested wording and cut strike through provide only and you put only allow. So I'm just trying to understand that you're wanting more restrictive planning around the rural industry intensive fund. There's two things that change there, that only allow and then just any adverse effects rather than that effects.
Yeah, so in terms of the first change, the 2GP drafting protocol prefers the use of only allow when it's dealing with discretionary activities. Provide for suggests a more enabling activity status, so I guess that would be the preference there. I mean, the real preference is not to have this policy because I think with the way land use activities and zones are set out, it's usually, depending on activity status, it goes through provide for activity A, only allow activity B, and implied within that as this is either for a new activity or changes to an existing activity. So I guess the Runaka is querying why you need this policy from the get-go, because it seems to single out two particular activities and which generate a lot of effects typically. So I think the Runaka preference is for it not to be a new policy, just to deal with the expansion of these activities through assessment guidance, but were the policy to be inserted to use that language which is more commonly used for discretionary activities. And the latter change was just a bit of a drafting thing because we read the policy. It talks about where this will have positive effects on rural productivity and the effects will be adequately managed, seems to imply that you're talking about those positive effects rather than a wider range of effects. So that's why that drafting change was suggested.
Yeah, thank you, that makes sense.
All right, thanks. Okay, no questions, clarification from me, and look forward to the officers addressing the issues you raised in your reply report.
Thank you very much.
So now we have this draft. Right.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I have to excuse my language problem and some kind of lack of computer technique. So I want to read my paper preparation. Is it all right for me to just read? Yeah.
Yes, you go ahead and read it. Just it's only fair I let you know that what our job is to consider amendments to the district plan.
Yes.
Now the issue you've brought before us doesn't relate to the wording of the district plan as such, so I'm not sure it's an issue we can actually deal with. But you're here now, so why don't you speak to us and we'll see if we can get to it.
Thank you. Yes, my name is John Ra, living at McKendree Bay, 17 Harriet Street, McKendree Bay, and we are there for 29 years. And this issue has been too big one for me to handle by myself. And that's why I submit my case to the council. And this is, I'm going to address the unmanaged watercourse hazard affecting Harriet Street and the surrounding area. And this watercourse flows from upper farmland. It's former Snow Harriers farm at the backyards of 11 and 9 Featherstone Streets, crosses beneath my property and appears to connect with the public stormwater system only at the manhole at 15 Harriet Street. It is not piped or managed through my property, yet It causes visible erosion and has begun to undermine the stability of my land. My concern is that this issue is being treated as if it was solely a private matter. While I won't name the step in this statement, that was a case of a flood in circa around 2010. The pipe of what DCC waters burst in the upper farmland and flooded down, made a big hole body at the backyard of 9 Featherstone Street. And I asked to the staff, is this the private problem or not? Then this is what is stated, that watercourses on private land are the responsibility of landowners, he said to me. But with respect, I must disagree with that view, and I have addressed this in detail in Appendix D of my written statement. I'm sorry, Peter, it's, I named your name, I put your name on the rebuttal to this issue. But this is just for immediate concern for me. So, and where stormwater originates off-site, crosses multiple private properties, creates a natural hazard risk, as it does in my case. The Council has both the duty and the authority under the Resource Management Act and the Local Government Act to investigate and manage the risk. This is especially true when public infrastructure exists nearby but does not complete the necessary connection. So I'm therefore asking Council to 1. Investigate this flow path formally. 1. Consider installing a manhole and pipe connection between 9 Featherstone and 15 Elliott Streets. 1. Recognize that this is not an isolated drainage issue, but a known hazard that deserves a coordinated solution. I also asked the panel to consider whether PC-2000 or 24-1 can better support landowners in situations like mine, where the cumulative effects of unmanaged watercourses threaten the safety and sustainability of private land. Thank you. And next, I want to read.
Mr. Rowe, we've read all of the information you provide. Yeah, so I don't think you need to read it out to us again. We've read that and understood it.
Yeah.
Like I said before, it's probably an issue that doesn't relate to what we're here to do today. But I'll just see if we have questions for you or if any of the other two panel members want to speak.
I'll just really follow up to your statements there, Mr. Chair, and just a question of you. Stormwater management and the ownership of stormwaters and responsibility for who's to maintain them is a council policy, and time to probably address that is as a funding cycle in the 10-year plan as to who will take responsibility. I'm suggesting to you perhaps that might be a place for you to come back in front of the council to talk about specifically your concerns. And as much as the Chair's pointed out from us, today's hearing really doesn't cover what your concerns are about, but you are affecting something which actually is coming across the city, which is stormwater maintenance and which is stormwater development and maintenance of the system. When, as you pointed out, it's an issue that obviously stormwater runs through multiple properties as it goes through its course of the traditional policy of the council has been that once it's on your property, it's your responsibility. You wanting the council it's outside this area, but I could suggest that coming to the 9 to 10 year plan areas,
Yes.
what constitutes.
That's correct.
Well, thank you, Mr. Grant. Thanks for all of the written information that you provided. It was very clearly laid out in the issue, and thanks for coming in this morning and speaking to us about it.
Thank you very much. And I say, what is it? Mihi Nui, thanks for your time and consideration. Thank you. See you later.
Okay, thank you very much. We're running well ahead of time, but we're hearing 3 more submitted scheduled for lunch. Shane Marker.
Yes.
Conrad Anderson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Yeah, perfect. Right. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, is it?
Yes.
My colleagues give you your word, I don't. So I'm from the Hawke's Bay. So you're here to talk to us about tree number TX003.
Correct.
Right. Carry on.
Okay. Well, hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to submission S213.001 regarding TX003 at 27 Allensville Road. You can see the tree there on the left-hand side. Correct. First, I want to emphasise that I am not a tree expert. So, in terms of council wanting to list a selected number of trees, this would generally be considered in a positive light if, say, the tree was part of a significant group, the tree added greatly to the surrounding community, the tree was a very rare tree, or if the tree was of historic significance. In Plan Change 1, summary of changes dated 20 November 2024, in terms of adding trees to the schedule, it says on page 29 of that document, and I quote, all trees, and I quote, add trees to the schedule of trees in Appendix A 1.3 of the plan and the planning maps where they meet the criteria for scheduling set out in policy 2.4.1.2. So that's what the plan change summary says. Policy 2.4.1.2 is therefore key for consideration. And it says, identify in a schedule trees that make a significant contribution to the visual and historic landscapes and amenity of neighbourhoods and other places, and use rules to restrict the removal or modification of these trees. Identify significant trees based on the following criteria. A, health and condition of the tree. B, contribution to the amenity of an area. And C, any potential adverse effects. Now, under each of those headings, it provides further detail. Under contributing to the amenity of an area, this includes such things as species, historic, scientific values, function, stature, visibility, proximity of other trees. The key one here is stature, so I just wanted to highlight that. So while it is acknowledged that policy 2.4.1.2 includes the word stature, this is only in relation to its contribution to the amenity of an area. Stature alone is not a reason for listing a tree, and this is obvious by the fact that has not gone hunting for the tallest specimens of every type of tree in Dunedin. So amenity is key, not height. In the section 42A report on page 245, the key reason for retaining the listing is because, and I quote, it is one of Otago's largest gum trees. Again, the test is not about height. In terms of the tree evaluation in the section 32 appendix, I note the following. I think it is highly relevant that policy 2.4.1.2 and the STEM assessment, which is the tree evaluation guide, are not the same. The STEM results need to be considered in terms of the matters in policy 2.4.1.2. So that's critical. In terms of the STEM evaluation for TX003, the STEM report gives 21 points for the matter of form. So I don't know if you've got the STEM reports. But the very top matter on the STEM report says form, and it gives it 21 points. Form is not part of policy 2.4.1.2. Deducting the 21 points on the STEM report from the total gives you 141 points. 141 points is below the listing threshold of 145 points. Further, the tree has an estimated height of 35 metres. And as you can see from the planning maps, to the northwest, it's the high voltage 33 kV power lines. Those are those. Yep. And those are an estimated 30 metres from the tree. So just to repeat, the tree's 35 metres tall. Those power lines, the corridor, is approximately 30 metres from the tree. The tree evaluation provides no points deduction for potential adverse effects. That's because the STEM layout doesn't provide that. But this is highly relevant because policy 2.4.1.2 does consider the need. It does include the need to consider adverse effects. Given the location of the tree, it is difficult to understand how this one tree is so significant in terms of amenity being key, not height, that it needs to be protected. In my opinion, I've got 2 points to make. The tree evaluation is incorrect, as it provides for form, which is not part of the relevant policy, and it ignores any points deduction for potential adverse effects. Having a 35 metre tall tree, some 30 metres from a key electricity infrastructure, is required to be considered under the policy. Overall, in my opinion, policy 2.4.1.2 does not directly support the listing of TX003. And that's the end of my submission.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. You state that you're not an expert on trees, and are you familiar with the STEM assessments? It's
because it's on your area of expertise, you're not familiar with STEM assessments?
I know about STEM assessments, but
They can work with them?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's actually, to your point about the STEM assessment, if you take, the STEM assessment is about the tree itself as opposed to policy. I mean, it's used then to compare it to policy decisions. And that threshold number is based on adding up all the components. So if you take a component out, then obviously you change the threshold number. In other words, the STEM assessment itself does require the form of the tree to be taken into account. That's the STEM system. So I guess what I'm saying here is that the STEM assessment is one mechanism. It's assessing the tree by itself and then within the context of everything else which you agree.
No, I wouldn't. From when I read the documents, a lot of weight's been put on the STEM assessment. And from my reading, there has been no direct evaluation to say, this is what the STEM assessment says, this is what the policy says, and my opinion is this.
So then what you're asking us, I think, are you asking us on this to say, okay, the STEM assessment is sitting in the policy over there, we must take the STEM assessment into context of the policy.
Correct.
So that looks like it's sitting above Fraser's Gully property, so the recreation area underneath Fraser's Gully.
Yes.
And is that mostly native bush on the property of Hamilton Road? My question actually is here, in terms of the seeding environment where the tree itself is growing. Is it a lot of blue gums there? Is it blue gum by itself? Is it consistent with the other vegetation around it, or is it actually inconsistent?
It's inconsistent, and in terms of visual matters from the public domain, the main place you can see the tree is from the GR1 road, which I forget what it's called, Mootan Street, I think it is. And you have to look in between the houses to see the tree. And then if you just move the cursor up and just to the right a little bit further, and you can see in the Waikato Hospital there's a big dark patch. That's a massive line of, I think, macrocarpet type trees. I'm not a tree expert. And so this one gum tree is seen in the backdrop of a huge row of macrocarpets. So it doesn't stand out because it's got a backdrop of those things. So, yeah.
So I've just got a question for the officers. In Mr. Roberts' appendix to the 42A report is appendix C.8. He talks about this tree as being within an urban biodiversity mapped area. Is that correct? Is it within an urban biodiversity mapped area? Is vegetation removal regulated within an urban biodiversity mapped area?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
What status is vegetation removal?
I'd have to look at the rule. I think it's mainly indigenous vegetation, but I'll have to look at the rule.
Okay, if you could just look that up. So, Mr. Anderson, you talked about STEM assessments and policies and things, but your client, Mr. Marco, why doesn't he want this tree? What's his actual reason for it? I mean, what mischief is it creating by shooting it? Does he want to chop it down?
No, he doesn't want to chop it down. Some people are interested in the right to use their land as they see fit, I suppose. Notwithstanding the fact that it's in an urban biodiversity area, etc., etc. And we can see no real reason why this tree needs to be listed. Going back to my earlier points, it doesn't tick any of those. You know, it's not part of a specific group, etc., has no historic significance.
Yeah, I understood all that
Yeah.
from your evidence, but what I'm trying to establish is what mischief does it create by listing it? I'm not seeing,
Well,
what you told us, what the main reason for this proposing its listing is. I mean, does it shade, does it create shading? Does it drop things on people? I mean, there must be a practical reason why this market doesn't want to list it. Do you know what that reason is?
well, I assume ultimately that's going to cause an issue with the power lines and it'll have to come down. And it's just another hurdle to jump over. He's got no intention of removing it, as far as I'm aware. I suppose the reverse question is, does it need to be protected? And why? Otherwise you'd go willy-nilly protecting every tree, every tallest tree around.
Mr. Wilson, did you use different?
Yes. So it's Rule 10.3.2.4. That's an area. 3.2.4. Maximum area of vegetation clearance in the UPMA. I've noticed vegetation clearance in the UPMA was not like exceeding 20 metres squared on the 500 program in a 3-year period. But there is an exception for trees of non-indigenous plant species and or planting within 3 months of indigenous or non-indigenous plant species that will reach a height, similar height and coverage of the remain is exempt from this from being
So would removing this country be enabled or not enabled by that?
Well, it would be enabled by that rule. Yeah, if it's repugnant within 3 months of a non-indigenous, with indigenous species, or a non-indigenous species which is in peace.
So it's been there for a long time. What's the prevalence of 3 months?
I think so. There is replanting. Does occur.
So if you remove the non-indigenous tree, you have to replant indigenous vegetation
Within 3 months, or if it is, you can plant with non-indigenous plant species, but they can't be a paste plant, which is in Appendix 10B. That's called B7.
Right, so maybe in the reply report, if you could just give some thought to those provisions. And again, the question in my mind is, does the tree need to be scheduled if the urban biodiversity map area already protects it? And that's the basis of my question. So give that some thought and come back to us in reply. Okay. Yep.
Do blue gums self-seed and can be wild blue gums? Yeah, I would like to get an answer to that because this is a standalone tree sitting up on the side of the hill. And one of the things that planted 100 years ago by somebody who lived a rival one day, so it's actually decent.
Yeah, we can, I'm sure we've got some.
Yes, in reply, you can address that point as well. All right, I thank Mr. Anderson for coming in. As you can see, we're interested in the issue you brought to our attention, and we'll consider the matters before us and make a decision in due course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alright, so now we're adjourned until we have another submittal. We have 2 more submitters scheduled for lunchtime, Anthony and Tim and Sue. These are both want to talk to us about water courses that are no longer recommended to be included in for us today, because you're concerned that the plan change mapped a stormwater open water course on your property, is that correct?
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that there was a lot of submissions on that point, and the staff had recommended that none of that mapping now occur. They've recommended that all of those newly mapped areas, or those newly mapped water courses, be removed from the district plan.
Yes.
And that would include your property. So
Yes.
they're recommending to us that now doesn't happen.
Okay,
Which is like
that really,
that's the outcome you'd be seeking, I understand.
yes, well, yeah, in a planning sense, yes, that's the outcome I was hoping. That what I was going to address is I think a lot of these water courses were drawn by computer.
Yes.
And they're showing signs of a computer-generated spline, and how many nodes that the draftsperson or computer operator use makes a big difference to where they went. But that's all right, so that's all gone.
That's the staff recommendation to us, and we haven't decided on as a panel what we're going to do about that, but it's fair to say it's highly unlikely that we would disagree with the staff on that.
Yes. Okay. I believe the intent of the rule had some merit, and following the recent Auckland floods, which was caused by a lot of blockage in water courses, that there is merit in it. So to me, when I was trying to think of a way forward, you would, rather than describe the water courses as shown on your plan, which are diagrammatic only, you could say you could talk about the actual water course on the ground, because there's a legal definition that water flows frequently or occasionally down a path that becomes a water course. And as to width, water courses are so variable in size, and one of my objections was 5 metres here, and the pipe leading here, for instance, just there, has a pipe outlet which is that size. And why have a 5 metre each side, which is from that wall to that wall, for such a small amount of water?
Yeah.
So my thought was, for planning people, they could talk about the multiple of the bed of the river being the protected width, just looking at it as and my background as a survey person. I've personally driven thousands of pegs on the Taieri Plains when they put all the flood banks in on the Taieri, and I've got a fair appreciation on bed width and berm width, etc., for flood protection. But that would be the direction I would take. Have perhaps a metre plus a number of multiples of the stream bed width, so it's variable depending on the side of the stream, and go from there. Well, not a hydrologist, I won't claim any expertise in that field, but having worked on many streams, that would be my submission.
Right, well, that's an interesting concept. I'm sure the staff here listen to that and will take it on board should they ever come back and revisit this matter. But thanks very much for coming in.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we're adjourned again until we have another submitter, which is scheduled for 12:45. over here for you.
Are we presenting right now?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Yes, right.
Just before you present to us, I understand you were concerned about the plan change mapping an open water course on your property, is that correct?
No.
No?
Nothing to do with water course.
Price of tree. Right, well, I've got that one. My mistake, sorry about that. So you're concerned about the ash tree group G081, is that Alright, thanks very much. So you've helpfully tabled some written information for us. We're happy for you just to read that out to us if it's...
Yes,
thank you.
There are photographs on the back as
yes.
well. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak at the plan change hearing. My name is Sue Michelson Heath, and my husband Tim Heath. We own a 2-hectare property near Osborne, overlooking Purukinui Inlet. And the original part of our house was built in 1869, when a dairy farm was established on the land by the Foot family. And you may be familiar with that name in relation to foot haulage. It's a long-standing family. The property has many large, mature and beautiful trees planted during the 1870s by the Foots, including a group of 25-metre high ash trees, which were much later added to the register of significant trees. Now, our background and our philosophy about this issue is that we totally agree with the principles and intent of the protected tree schedule within the district plan. There's no doubt about that. Tim is both a registered architect and a trained landscape architect, and I have degrees in zoology and wildlife management. We love trees, and we have planted many now mature native and exotic trees on the property since moving there 32 years ago. The beautiful tree setting of our property was the prime reason for our purchase. I'm now going to give you some details about the listed trees and their condition. The 5 ash trees recorded on our property were planted over 125 years ago, and probably much closer to 140 years ago. And if you are familiar with ash trees, that actually exceeds their maturity and age limit. None of these trees has ever received care from anyone with skilled knowledge of arboriculture, primarily because they are now registered as significant trees and we cannot fell, trim or manage them ourselves under the restrictions of the plan. The trees are now misshapen, over-mature with brittle branches which frequently fall in high winds or when the foliage is water-laden after rain. The smallest of the trees is now completely dead and still overhanging our drive. A second tree from the original group of 5 fell across our driveway during last year's storms. At nearly 1 metre in diameter, the trunk took several days to cut through to allow access to and from our house. In an emergency, this could have prohibited access for rescue vehicles or for us to make the 23-kilometre journey back into Dunedin. With climate change, such incidents are occurring more frequently given the age and conditions of the trees. And after strong winds, we retrieve many large, often 300-metre diameter fallen limbs, many of which are spearheaded down into the lawn after their fall from the ash trees. The tallest branches of the remaining ash trees, if they fell, are long enough to potentially damage our veranda or one side of our house. when we were walking here, we noted the very similar size of the trees to those in Queen's Gardens. We consider that these ash trees are over mature and dangerous. They're no longer good specimens of their species, and we have fully mature and beautiful trees on the property which are unlisted, such as fully mature native red and mountain beech, a mature exotic copper beech, and more than a dozen very large pahutakawa. Many of these trees we have planted ourselves. In themselves they have high landscape value and we are maintaining them conscientiously. We understand that our concerns and sentiments about the condition of the listed trees was shared by Luke McAllister, the DCC landscape architect, and Mark Roberts, a consultant arborist who came with me when they visited the property and made an assessment of the trees in June of this year. And for all of the above reasons, we respectfully request that all remaining trees be removed from the DCC schedule of listed trees of significance.
Thank you very much for that. Now the staff, council staff have considered your submission, and their advice to us is that this group of ash trees no longer meets the threshold for inclusion, and they've recommended to us that this group of trees is removed from the district plan.
That's very encouraging.
Yes.
I mean, we like them, there's no doubt about that, and possibly with an enormous amount of work they could have their lives extended a little.
Yes.
But if you have a look at the trees on the back page, the one on the top right has now had so many limbs fall off it that it has grown into sub-branches, and that central part is full of water and it's rotting. You can see the one on the lower left is leaning, and that's the one we're most concerned about because it's dead, and it's actually, you can just see our driveway there, and it gives you some idea that that's the only access into the property.
Yes, those pictures are very helpful, and I think it's fair to say that it's very likely that we will accept the staff recommendation to remove this.
Thank you. Are you able to say sort of roughly when that might be?
We'll be looking, decisions will be issued, I'd say, within the next month.
Oh, that's good, because we have some concerns about that dead tree, and
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Sure.
Sue's a bird hunt, and every year we have caribou come to those trees and feed on the oak trees. In fact, the tree that is now dead has been eaten out by caribou. We have had as many as 26 caribou in the trees at one time. So we're not going to get rid of them anytime soon. We will cut, we'll do what we need to do with the dead tree. We'll do what we need to do with the dead branches and stuff as far as we're able.
Yes.
But it's not going to be a mass defoliation one way or another.
That's great, thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Can I just ask staff questions of fund to help people that are owners of scheduled trees? I'm just concerned about their ability to apply for the fund while they're still scheduled trees to help some costs. Have you got more information on that?
Yes, this I think was a proposed new group of trees.
Okay.
Scheduled trees, so it was not scheduled currently.
Okay.
So it's a proposed new group.
Yeah.
That were not scheduled in.
Okay, I was thinking about whether there was help available, but
Yes. We do have a very skilled amateur farmer next door who has planted literally hundreds of trees all over his property, and he has offered to give us some assistance because he trims and sometimes fells weak ones of his all the time. He's helped us cut up one and fell across the drive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for your time.
Hey, welcome, thank you. Right, so now we will adjourn until 1:45.
start. Are you ready?
Just check that the technicians are all good. Right. So, good afternoon and welcome. Just wanted to let you know that your submission, you attached a diagram of an area that you thought should be excluded from that C082 area. And I'm not sure if you caught up with the fact that the officers have, the staff have basically agreed with you and they've recommended to us that the area that you shaded on your diagram be removed.
Yes, I did see that. I was still recommended to come and talk to this anyway, but probably my main question, it's good that it's now going to be that area of forest and biodiversity.
Yes.
But my question is, given my property's under governed by QE2 Open Space Covenant, which essentially is an agreement between myself and QE2 Trust to protect that area, what is the purpose of having this other layer of sort of legislation as well?
Can you sort of illuminate on that?
Yes, we do. This is the district plan. This is the district plan. So the district plan. The QE2 is obviously separate legislation, but they both should work in tandem in the whole idea to protect biodiversity in the area and this area. So that's the whole intent of it. But the rules do generally work in tandem, so that so for the protection of the original biodiversity.
So it doesn't really answer the question though, that it works in tandem, effectively does the same thing. So why would you need that as well?
My understanding, I'm not an expert in this, but the RSPB's into the district plan is a district plan requirement, but in terms of security to covenant farm, to think between the landowner and the QT. So this is just ensuring that if the landowners change, for example, or the covenant is removed or something, then it is still relevant in relation to the
Yeah, so that's just by a brief explanation, but all around New Zealand it's pretty common where councils will identify areas of significant biodiversity value. Some of those have QE2 covenants and some don't, so it's not an unusual situation.
Yeah, it just seems to be another layer that's not necessarily required, and if there is a change of ownership, the parcel land is still under the trust, so that gets transferred over. So yeah, okay, there's probably not a lot of common sense to it, so yeah, that's fine, but yeah, that's probably also, so what you're saying is that it's been accepted, the change to limit it to that. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, all right, that's me then.
Easy.
Short and sweet. Thank you.
So our next submitter is Kevin Matthew Morgan. Yeah, good afternoon, come on up. You were talking to us today about styles, correct? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Right.
And we had a presentation we set.
Yes, we did. And we've received that. And it's called Plan Change One Minor Improvements, Res 13, Stormwater Open Water Setbacks.
Correct, thank you.
And here it is here. Right, so thank you very much. We're happy if you just lead us through the presentation and let us know what you would like us to do.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for having us in today. We are frequent flyers at these meetings, it seems, and really appreciate the ability to stump up for the things that matter to us, and in particular today, have a lot of first-hand experience with living on an open stormwater course. Before I even launch in, I've been told there is a suggestion for a change of recommendation that was sent out by email earlier, so I'm hoping someone could quickly clarify that for me so I can then target my remarks to that.
Yes, so Plan Change One looked to map a whole lot of open water courses that we're currently at. The office, there were a lot of submissions received about that, talking about the accuracy of that and other matters, and so in response the staff have recommended to us that all of those newly mapped areas now not be mapped.
Understood. I will still speak to that because I think the idea is actually quite good, again, with our first-hand experience, but that helps a lot.
Sure.
And the other clarification I would love to know, common sense dictates that anything that is already within whatever boundary would be approved if it went forward, the 5 meter, no one's going to be asked to demolish or remove an existing structure. This is for future development on those sites.
The officers will correct me if I'm wrong, but existing structures generally have existing use rights, they can more or less carry on.
Yeah, common sense, I was sure that was the case, but I can also imagine some submissions might not have taken that into account. So quickly, hopefully, from us, we wanted to talk to you briefly about one particular waterway, but I think it speaks to many. We are fortunate enough to live out in Broad Bay on the Otago Peninsula on Stiles Creek. So the little yellow square up there is our home, set right next to Stiles Creek. The blue dotted line is the Esplanade Strip that currently covers Stiles Creek. It actually goes much further out of frame and is a major water catchment. And the plan change 1 is the red line that largely mirrors that. I'm not sure why it was only applied to that portion of Stiles Creek, since it is an open waterway and covers a lot of territory, but that is the section which we can speak to with some authority, having lived there luckily for the last 13 years.
Right.
Just as a little background for Stiles Creek, and if this is beyond the scope of it, I understand, it is the oldest open space covenant on the Otago Peninsula, almost 40 years old now. And 20 years ago, the Department of Conservation identified, even though I don't think this was ultimately ratified, the entire Broad Bay catchment as a wetland of national importance, type 1, so the very highest level of that, and this all funnels down into the stormwater channel that we're talking about that runs through our property. So a little bit of a closer look there of where we are running back through the property and under our garage and out into the bay. Right now, under the 2GP, it is covered with 40-odd other open stormwater ways with a 20-meter esplanade strip, and I've always had that described as basically 10 meters either side of the center, so 20-meter total width, which we have always thought was a godsend, and you'll see why in some personal photos to come. And it has also been a point of much contention in recent years as development has wanted to take place, and the Esplanade Strip has been a sticky wicket because building too close to it would be very perilous. So that's the current regulation, which we're very much in favor of. The new regulation here, which you'll know, of course, very well, extending that 5-meter setback to all open stormwater courses, we're here to very much advocate for. We think is a brilliant and very wise idea, and I understand there may be some issues with mapping that need to be sorted. There always are. We've had Stiles Creek remapped 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years to try and get it up to date from LiDAR mapping. But without this, I think council, since you've already suggested it, becomes morally, if not legally, responsible for any damage that does occur, because if you know it's a danger, please keep this setback in there. I think as climate change accelerates and more heavy rain events precipitate, that we're going to see more and more of these problems. The reason we wanted to appear here today, as much as we're in favor of that 5-meter setback across the board, is our particular waterway is included for a 20-meter total Esplanade Strip right now, so cutting it down to 5 meters either side would basically have it, which we feel is very dangerous given the volume of water that passes through it. To that end, this is from the October rainstorms of last year. The larger picture on the left was actually taken at the community gardens, so that is kitty corner to us, a little bit further uphill, and this is looking across the stream, which swelled to more than 10 meters across during the rain event, and flooded a fair section of that section. And then the picture on the upper right is the channel, which rose 2 meters in our backyard. And thanks to this man here, does not flood on a regular basis anymore because he's down there in waders every year doing maintenance work on it, but it becomes an absolute torrent. And then you can see on the bottom right, it empties out through a 1 meter wide pipe into the bay. And during a rain event, it becomes a somewhat terrifying thing. Now this last one, I'm not sure if whoever's on the computer can click on the image and make it play. This is a video on the right-hand side there, which great, I'll just leave looping. This is during that rain event. And this is taken from our bedroom window, which is 5 meters from the center of that stormwater stream just before it tucks under our garage. We are fortunate again that we've done some remediation with tree planting and vegetation to hold the bank up, but that's what 5 meters from an open stormwater course looks like. And we have had bigger rains in the past. It has, before we lived there, flooded the garage and the section next door, and we know with climate change it's just going to get worse. So without this in place, people are going to lose property. There's going to be peril to both property and people without these setbacks. So we think they're a wonderful idea. We would just encourage for the esplanade strips that have already been identified, such as ours, that the 20-meter provision, or 10 meters each way, be kept intact. Obviously, we can't move our nearly 100-year-old home. It was part and parcel of when we moved there. We understand at some point we might deal with some damage from the water in this beloved property of ours, but we would love to save people that heartache and make sure that it doesn't become a recurring problem across Dunedin. So yes, please, to the 5-meter setbacks, but keep the 10-meter each way for the places that have already been identified, and to keep the strong track record the DCC has, as I see mentioned in the paper today, the report that went to the minister over the soil contamination. The DCC has a wonderful track record of bucking central government when it comes to doing things right and looking after 2GP and RNA regulations, however they may be repealed soon down here. Please continue to do that by not backing off of these common sense regulations.
Well, thank you very much for that. It's a very clear and helpful presentation. I'll just see if we have any questions for you. And I don't have any questions either, but you should take that as a compliment. It just means that your presentation is very clear.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time to speak. Anything you want to say more?
No, thank you.
Cheers.
Right, our next submitter is Oceania Gold.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you very much for we've received your legal submissions,
Thank you. Yes.
which we've read, so you don't need to read them out loud to us.
Fantastic. I'm afraid I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. It's a heartache to follow. But essentially, what I do come here with today is general support for the direction that Plan Change 1 is now taking, and with our thanks and appreciation for having taken into account the submissions that we have made. As you will have gathered, we are broadly just trying to make sure that there aren't any unintended consequences for our mining operations up in the Dunedin City area, which primarily focus on the Waitaki district, but cross over the boundary into Dunedin City. And so with the changes that have been recommended to you, which we endorse, if those changes are to be made, then we don't have any ongoing concerns about the minor improvements which this plan change will bring forward.
That's great. Yes, when I read your legal submissions, I thought, well, it looks like pieces broken out already.
We will try to accommodate that wherever we can. I mean, we consent a lot of things through the councils. We expect to be continuing to do that in the future. So it's not that we're trying to avoid consents. We're just trying to make sure that they're required for the right reasons.
So just for your information, I'm currently the chairman of the hearing panel for your praise proposal, which is currently on hold, isn't it?
It is on hold, yes. Not that it won't proceed, because it contains development plans for the mine which will enable us to continue operating into the future, and 700 plus jobs. That's something worth securing. So yes.
I think you're due to report back to us in September.
That's right. Yep, absolutely.
Any hints for us?
Oh, you like what you see?
All right, let's see if we have any questions.
No, thank you. Wonderful.
That's very good, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Next lady down there.
Hi.
So, what's your name, sorry?
Hi.
Well, do you want to come up now? We can give you
Sure.
Make sure I've got it right. You're talking about tree group 014.
Yes, I am.
have your email presentation. Great. Over to you.
Great. Thank you so much all for allowing me to come and speak. My name is Connie Robinson. I am a resident of 99 Bedford Street. My submission was to correct a location change of the scheduled tree group G014 that was made by the council. The location of the tree is on a berm between the property at 89 Bedford Street and the street. There's some images that I sent round to show this.
Yeah.
My submission is to try and correct this location change in the scheduled trees. And I'd also like to add to my submission is how and why I think this error may have happened, and I request to potentially unschedule this group of trees because it's a council-owned asset. And I think under the Change Act Tree 2, I might be able to talk to this. And I've sent, given you 4 images. That first image is from the original location of the group. It does not look like correct Bedford Street. That is not my Bedford Street. So the original location of the trees was on the council-owned berm. Then under image 2 shows some GPS measured positions, which was to try and get some more detail on what this group was and what the trees actually were within the group. That is some GPS information that was gathered by one of the parks officers. Image 3 also shows the fact that these trees are street trees as well as scheduled trees. And there's 4 street trees along the section of Bedford Street. 3 of them are oaks, 1 of them is an elder. 2 of those oaks are scheduled and 1 of those oaks is not. The next image shows the fact that within the 2GP they have moved the location of these trees. The trees haven't actually moved, the trees are still actually in the berm. This is interesting because it now changes the ownership of the scheduled trees to now. There we go, it's Islet 99. The trees are in front of 89. And that's the trees that you see along the horizontal path. Now there are a few reasons why I think correcting this error is important. First, for my day job, I work with a team who build GPS units. We use the data supplied by those GPS to make very informed decisions on some very key situations. The integrity of data is key. If I was to ever decide to change a GPS position, then all fairness would be lost, and the core value of the data comes into question. And it's not just the data that gets changed, it's all data. If you have an empirical position, you don't move it. And the next reason is I live at 99 Bedford Street, and the oaks in this group hang over my driveway and our neighbour's driveway. In autumn each year, the oaks drop acorns and leaves on the driveways, making them dangerous to walk on. We've already had some falls on our driveways, and I started to investigate who owned these trees so they had them trimmed, and to solve the safety problem. And then I fell down a rabbit hole, trying to understand who owned these trees and why they've never been maintained. So talking to the owner of 89 Bedford Street, we would request a trim, but only if a part of the job was done. The scrub along the footpath was trimmed, but nothing more. Oaks were never touched. We then requested, apparently when you ask for a trim, you get the roading maintenance team to come along and they trim the footpath, but no more than 4 metres above the road. They don't touch the canopy and they don't touch the leaves and the acorns because the oaks are very large, they're much bigger than 4 metres above the road. The full berm, it turns out, is maintained by the Parks and Reserves team. But this berm is considered a very low priority park, and it's not because it's not used by the public, so budgets are being spent elsewhere, and I thoroughly agree with this. There is, however, budget for street trees, and you'll see in my image number 3 that these oaks are also street trees. Because these oaks are also on the scheduled tree register, the street tree team haven't been able to maintain these oaks for about 20 years. To maintain the oaks, you need a consent, and the council haven't given themselves a consent. As residents, we tried to put in a consent request, but then the council requested they paid for the work to be done to their own trees. So as residents, we tried this process, we put in the request, they then told us that the trees are listed for maintenance, So we removed our consent, but nothing happened. Just the elder in the street tree list was trimmed. So now, after more than 20 years, we have two very large council-owned assets that have never been maintained. And any unmaintained asset will become a liability. And when you have a liability, it's good to make it somebody else's problem, like moving the location of the liability onto somebody else's land. So I have a simple pragmatic solution. Can the council remove these two oaks from the scheduled tree list because they are already street trees and there is budget for street trees and the street trees are already protected? Then the council can maintain their own asset with the budgets that set aside for street trees. So under the Tree 2 change, I'm hoping there is scope to potentially remove these assets. There are two trees in this group, and one of them is causing the safety issues. The other tree is in the middle of that section. And lastly, I know it seems like a very big request on the surface to remove the protection of an asset. But there is a comparison tree. There is a third oak tree that was never put on the scheduled tree list. This oak tree is outside 79 Bedford Street. This tree is also, which is 79, the tree above there is also an oak tree, but it's not scheduled. The residents at 79 say that the council has turned up between every 4 and 5 years and maintained the tree. The council were there 4 months ago maintaining this tree. The residents of 99, 97, 95, 93 and 91 Bedford Street have been requesting the oak over the driveway outside 89 Bedford Street be maintained and trimmed off the driveway for safety reasons for several years now. But nothing has been done due to the complexity of a council-owned asset being on the scheduled tree register. I think when you were talking to Conrad Anderson before, you asked what mischief could be done when a tree is scheduled. And this is that mischief. It's not a privately owned tree, it is a council-owned tree. So in summary, my submission was originally to request a data error, but I was looking at this data error simply because of the safety concerns we have with this tree. Now, just so you have some background, I'm 99 Bedford Street. I live underneath a scheduled tree, and the tree I live underneath is a southern rata. And it is stunning, and it is beautiful, and it's not on my land. So I totally understand why a tree should be scheduled, because this tree adds such value. We need to remove the little 99 Bedford Street sign, and then you can see the tree that I'm talking about. There you go. So right there, that is a southern rata, and you can see it's not on my land, it's on my neighbour's land. But it's very much over our property. We're on the drip line, and we deal with the root system. And it is the most wonderful, wonderful asset. And having it scheduled means we have some control and protection over the tree that I think is an asset to our property.
Right.
So, do you have any questions?
Yeah, well, just in relation to the first point regarding the location of the trees, the staff have reported to us that the tree officer has confirmed the trees are in the Bedford Street Road Reserve, and they've recommended the planning map should be amended to reflect.
Yes. Yeah, so I thought it was just an interesting thing to bring to the attention that a GPS measured location was altered. So if you're wanting to have some, I guess, proof of real world against your virtual reality assets, then you don't move them.
Let's see if we have questions for you.
So the request to potentially unschedule them, is that something that, you know, this is all quite
we can only
fascinating.
we only have scope to make changes that were in the original submissions, and so the issue there would be did your original submission ask for them to be unscheduled?
No, the original submission we were told that they were going to be maintained, and time has moved on, and then we watched them turn up and maintain the elder and still not touch the oaks.
So I think we have scope to amend the location of them, and that's been recommended by the officers, but I'm not sure if we have scope to remove them from the
Well, I did wonder whether or not one of them, because I thought within the Tree 2 scope, it does say that you can alter the number of trees within the group. Whether or not you can remove the one tree that is sitting over the driveway, keeping the other tree, so that we can then have it trimmed.
Okay, well the officers do what's called an end of hearing reply report, where they listen to the evidence the same as we do, and then they produce a further report recommending, talking about what's been raised during the hearing. And so maybe we can include that in the reply report and just make a recommendation to us on that.
I think the key thing is because it's now scheduled, you end up with this set bunch of processes that happen within the council, and one process doesn't necessarily line up with the other. So you've got the group within Parks and Recreation saying yes, this is possible, but they don't have budget. You've got a group within the street trees that can't do anything because they don't have consent. We try and put in consent, and you end up in this roundabout. And it's now been 20-something years of now very large trees that are still becoming more and more dangerous.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it up.
Right.
Thank you for allowing me to
Thanks,
submission.
So we have two further submitters scheduled before afternoon tea, Stephen Kilroy and Carolyn Cummings, which is neither of them. So we'll now adjourn the hearing until either of those two submitters turn up. We're running half an hour ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
So good afternoon and welcome, and thank you for your submission. And now we're interested to hear what you'd like to say to us by way of a presentation this afternoon.
Let's take my glass. Glass are off. Kia ora koutou. I wish to thank the panel for their time and granting me the opportunity to speak to you. Firstly, apologies for the brevity of my initial submission. I have further considered this matter. Personally, I have a certificate of proficiency grade A in acoustics from Otago University in 1992 when acoustics was offered as a subject at Otago. My background is a technician and performer in the entertainment industry with 44 years being involved in it nationally and internationally. I'm asking you to consider changing the noise insulation standard from 35 to 40 dB, ideally 45 dB SPL in isolations for new builds. I believe that having better isolation in the city for residents will improve the overall enjoyment of the residents and not only to alleviate the potential for conflict with residents near music venues, which is a particular concern of mine. The better sound insulation will also mitigate other noise sources that are present in the city. For instance, traffic noise. Typical traffic noise is 70 to 85 dBl SPL for inner city and can be as low as 55 dB SPL in residential areas, according to Sandman Tech, manufacturer of sound measuring equipment to the automotive industry. The levels I have suggested above further improving the value of these dwellings by significantly reducing inner city noise like traffic noise. This furthers the potential for This furthers the potential for increases in the rates revenue for the increasing of the overall capital value of the buildings. Ōtepoti has a rich tradition in musical culture for quite some time now, and the council has traded quite openly in this cultural capital in most of its markings for at least the last 30 years. Increasing inner city development is threatening the venues that most of this culture is performed in. So for your considering that, I'm asking for an increase in the standard that the minimum requirement for inner city residence isolation be increased to 40 dB at least and 45 ideally, from the 35 that has been proposed. I wish to refer you to the statement of evidence of Jeremy William Trevelyan on acoustics for Dunedin City Council dated 13th of May 2025, specifically to external noise level sections 10 and 11. 10, while the detailed analysis of the suitability of noise limit was not in the scope of the work that I've conducted for this plan change, a 60 dB LAEQ noise limit is similar to that in many other New Zealand centres, including Wellington, Christchurch and Queenstown Lakes, where 60 to 65 dB LAEQ limits are common in central city entertainment districts. In addition, in my experience, the 60 dB LAEQ, this is section 11, noise limit is one of the options often perceived as a reasonable balance between the costs of venue lowering noise transmitted to the site boundary and meeting the expectations of neighbours in the entertainment districts. So my final recommendation is for noise permissible outside a venue to be 65 dB SPL or at least 60 dB SPL. The level of reduction to be set at 45 or at least 40 dB SPL for residential apartments. If Ōtepoti wishes to continue with its unique musical heritage and continue to have a dynamic music culture, as it has in the past, I believe that developers should raise the standards of their buildings not only to protect the music venues and the city's vibrant nightlife, but also to protect the residents that have chosen an inner city lifestyle. Indeed, some of them have moved to the city for the very reason of being involved in that culture. Most cities with a vibrant music community have initiated reverse sensitivity to protect their music cultures, usually specific to those areas where a music venue has been operating for some years. I'm asking for a similar reverse sensitivity to be applied in Ōtepoti. I feel that it's important that our city recognises the cultural capital as much as the physical and the monetary capital. Indeed, we have just witnessed a film celebrating Shane Carter's significant contribution to our arts and culture and taking it to the world. I would very much doubt he would have gone as far as he did without the network of multiple venues that our city has once offered, and it's my full intention to make sure similar opportunities exist for future generations. Finally, no one has ever complained about living in a building that has been built to a better standard. The developers may even benefit with bigger returns for a better building. I thank the panel for its time and hope that you take the above recommendations into consideration. Here's Stephen Kilroy. I can give you a copy of this if you so wish.
Yes, I was going to ask if you could leave a copy with Rebecca, and then we'll get that photocopy so we can each retain one. Thank you very much for that. That's very clear. I'll see if we have questions.
So, what's your recommendation or thought about the whole of the apartment being built to a certain sound protection versus just the bedrooms, or sort of thing, in addition to taking it out of the system?
Can you just repeat that again?
Well, currently it's looking primarily at bedrooms as being what gets sound insulated, because often the complaints are like 180 because it can't get sleep. But there's been a number of submitters saying that it should actually be the whole structure if it's in a city apartment.
If we could do the whole structure, would be that would be preferable. And in acoustics, every dropping of 3 decibels is actually a halving of sound. If you were to increase the structure, the more walls you go through, the lesser the noise will become. ideally the World Health Organization has recommended that sleeping somewhere in an environment between 35 and 40 dB SPL with LAEQ, which means that it's an A-weighted EQ, that is the primary thing, is the best practice in an urban or suburban environment. So if we actually increase the outer walls even further, that would be a bonus, because I do believe that the more that we do, the better it will become for both the residents and the areas. And that doesn't excuse venues also improving their external noise remediations.
Maybe just to follow that up, just sort of practical terms. If you're going to insulate a bedroom and you have not insulated the whole shell, the whole exterior of the structure, you'll have to insulate the interior walls of those bedrooms as well, right? Because you would expect sound coming through the non-insulated walls.
Yeah, that is correct. Bringing the shell up to standard, the most common way is to use sheets of acoustic chipboard, usually 16 to 24 mils, and to put multiple layers with them going vertically and sideways, and then vertically. The more layers that you have, the more times that sound has to actually travel from one medium to another, whether it be through paper, core gypsum and air, is you get a halving of the sound level for every time, because the acceleration of the sound actually takes, as it changes from medium to medium, there's a small amount of loss as it changes from each medium. And commonly in recording studios we fill the walls with sand, because it's thousands of tiny particles that are made up of different and various materials. So as they change and go through that sand, it offers a huge reduction in noise.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Kilroy. I don't have any questions or clarification for you, but that's something because your presentation has been very clear today. So thank you.
Right, thank you very much, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So yes, that was scheduled until 3 o'clock, so we're just going to adjourn ahead.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome, and thanks for popping back in so we can hear you early. Look forward to hearing what you'd like to say to us.
Just seconds.
Yeah, no rush.
Kia ora koutou, Māori ora ki te whare, Māori ora ki tēnei roku, ko Craig Mankaho, nā Otipoti aho, ko Kaipō ora aho. So my name's Craig, I'm from Dunedin, I'm a musician and sound engineer. I'm wanting to speak to my submission on particularly the change around noise limits to the district plan. So thank you for seeing me early, thank you for seeing me, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few things in addition to the submission of one that you've already seen. Look, I just want to say that I'm really grateful that the committee is proposing a higher standard than the current one. The current standard has caused issues for music and music venues in Otipoti Dunedin for decades, which most recently have included the closure of music venue Dog with Two Tails and the ongoing threat to the Crown Hotel. And I think it's worth saying, reiterating, as many of us have for several years now, that although we really welcome the opportunity for these changes, they don't make an immediate difference to that threat, which is still ongoing. So I just want to acknowledge that. So look, I'm just going to tell a story actually. On Saturday night I drove home from playing at the sold-out premiere of an absolutely stunning piece by Dunedin composer Nathaniel Otley with the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra. So because I was playing in that concert, I missed the premiere of Life in One Chord, the Shane Carter movie, which more than 1,000 people came to at Regent Theatre. So that featured excellent pre-show performances by young artists Sog, Civil Talk, Kira Wallace and Yubi Pastor Blaster, who Natasha Griffiths and I, and along with the whole crew of others, including this excellent gentleman he just heard from, have been mentoring through the Amped Music project. I got in the car and I went to drive home and I turned on the car radio and our student radio station, Radio 191 FM, was playing Destiny, a beautiful song by the Chills, which was recorded in Kopitai Port Chalmers. This is not usual for most cities. This is not most cities. I've lived in the US, I've lived in Europe, I've lived around New Zealand, I've toured around New Zealand, I've toured around Europe with bands that I've played in. Most cities are not like this. This is really exceptional. This is something exceptional that we have about our city. We want to see that grow and develop. So this is why I think we need a higher standard of sound insulation for the inner city than the 35, if you like, input, 60 output proposed, which would be 40 dB protection for residents, 65 dB allowed for venues. Reasons for this. So music venues were there first. We need them to stay there. Grassroots music venues are engines for the city's whole music scene. They run on the smell of an oily rag, and they can ill afford to retrofit old buildings for new neighbours. New residential developments with higher design standards earn more income for their owners. They create more capital value for them too, and that creates more rates income for the city. Better acoustic design is also a win for tenants, guests and residents of those buildings, as well as music venues and musicians. Aotearoa New Zealand has weak protections for residential tenants, and Dunedin has long-standing well-known problems with substandard residential accommodation. A sound-treated home is also a warm one. Here's an opportunity to address both. This is why I think that acoustic design should be a primary consideration for new builds in the inner city. This consideration is referred to in Mr. Trevathan's acoustic report to your committee. So meanwhile, Dunedin's own Port Noise Zone and the town of Whakatipu Queenstown already have this higher standard. It best manages the balance needed where use conflict is expected. Otatahi Christchurch and Poniki Wellington have the lower standard, which is the current one proposed for Dunedin, 3560. And both music scenes are experiencing problems at scale. I direct you to recent articles in the Post and the press referring to, quote, residential development ruining live music in the cities. So fundamentally, I think we should be consistent with our own good practice in the Port Noise Zone, where there's a 40 dB standard, and with best practice nationally, not with the lower standard that we already know causes problems in other cities. We should expect use conflict and plan for it to the higher standard. Save Dunedin live music, save the Crown Hotel. Kia ora koutou, and thank you. I'd be happy to have a kōrero with you and ask or take questions. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for that.
Not of the presentation, I'm actually considering what we've got in terms of what we've actually heard in the consultation and where we can go towards 40 decibel, to be honest. It's more a question for you, Mr. Chair, to consider to lead into the discussion. But thank you very much. I mean, what you're really saying is that there's, and I agree with you, I mean, I've lived in cities overseas, and the only city I would actually compare to them to is New York in terms of people I've met who are interested.
Can I just add Manchester, Baltimore and Berlin to that list from myself?
Are you making the point that in fact it is quite unique to Dunedin, and in fact the Dunedin sound, as it's been called, is not just the chills in that period back then, but it continues through now, that there's still a sound of Dunedin, and that we have a unique environment here that is actually something that sets us apart potentially from any of the other cities in New Zealand, and therefore treat that as a resource or a taonga.
Yeah, absolutely. Taonga, I think, is the, as I understand it, is the right word for it. And I really think there are multiple Dunedin sounds. There are many Dunedin sounds. Those Dunedin sounds have their own specific needs, particularly the one, though, that I think as a city we've never quite got to grips with, but we're making a good effort to do so now, is the challenge of having amplified music, which is particularly, what journalists christened the Dunedin sound in the 80s. That sound came out of community halls and very informal music spaces with loud guitars and drum kits, and the young people that I'm working with on the Amp Music Project, which is the next generation of musicians in this city, they love noise rock, they love riot girl music, they love a lot of 90s music actually, which loops back to what we were making back then. It's my age, and they have very similar needs to what those musicians had in 1979 and 1982, which is a place to practice and a place to play, and a place to play that they can play to other people without that gig being shut down. So yeah, these are sort of generational loops, and we have an intergenerational music scene. I mean, I played my first show at the Crown Hotel in 1994. My daughter played her first show at the Crown Hotel in 2018, and I was so proud, as you can imagine. So yeah, we do have these generational loops in the city, and we have a cross-generational, 3, 4, 5 generational music scene, and these issues have persisted across that entire time since the punk rock explosion of the late 70s.
Probably have a question for staff to come back when you do the reply and the hearings. Mr. Trevathan's basically said that there's potential for an increased cost of building construction to increase the sound insulation. Could we get that as a rough estimate of the percentage of the total cost of doing the refurb of the building? I mean, I tend to find the bathrooms and the kitchen are the most expensive component. And so what would the increase of the sound insulation be estimated to do to the construction of the building?
I think, just if I can say something to that, I was really interested to read that acoustic report. It provides lots of great detail for you and for your staff. I think, I noted Mr. Trevathan saying that he thought that the proposed standard provided a fair balance between the needs of music venues and the needs of people building new residential developments. I do think that there are specific issues that weren't considered as part of that, which are primarily to do with the economics. Music venues, usually in old buildings, a new music venue will probably be looking for an old building as well because it's cheap. It is expensive to retrofit old buildings, and although it's also expensive to fit new buildings, and I don't know those costs, I'm a musician and sound engineer, not a property developer, I can imagine, as I've just said in my sort of addendum, that you know, that a new build, those become considerations for what the return is going to be on that investment, and therefore the kind of pricing, but it also adds, as I said, adds to capital value, and of course it adds to amenity for those residents and tenants, particularly, and I think this is something that this conversation is sometimes portrayed as a struggle between musicians and building owners, but actually this is all for the benefit of tenants as well. I've lived in inner cities, I've lived next to noisy venues, I've lived in quiet places, I've been very fortunate in all of that, and that I moved to, you know, vibrant inner cities, fully expecting the vibrancy of the inner city, but I do think there's an issue where if a building owner is allowed to soundproof to a lower standard, and then fails to communicate to the tenant the environment that they'll be living in, which has been known to happen, that those tenants are being put in a completely invidious position where they're basically forced to complain about noise that could have been designed out of the equation.
Kind of core versus.
I really feel for people in that situation because I fundamentally think they've either been missold a tenancy or missold an apartment.
Can I just ask a question? I've just got the live music implementation plan in here, and in front of me, and it does talk about review the acoustic insulation requirements in the 2GB through variation 3, and it has the timing is 23-24, which is also the time when the music advisor position was to be considered. So I guess this is either for staff or for you. Do you know if the council has employed a music advisor position to assist with this, or to assist?
I know that councils constitute a music advisory group. They're fantastic people. I know pretty much all of them, and I know they'll be doing their level best to advocate for the city's music and to advise the DCC. Beyond that, I haven't seen any report from that group. I've had some informal conversations, but I haven't seen any report from that group. And also, I know, as I think you are, that there are some dates in the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan that are now in the past, and we could kind of do with knowing what's happened since then, and if things have changed, or if things have been done, or if things haven't been done, or what the challenges are. But I do understand that there's no post yet for that.
I guess I was just asking about, and I guess the staff, is about how these plans talk to each other, but that's just probably a little bit out of scope, but probably worth thinking about.
I would say that there are a lot of very worthwhile actions in that plan, but the main things that musicians are still concerned about in the city are places to rehearse and places to play. And this is really one of the primary, this is probably the most important, other than, as I say, in my opinion, saving the Crown, this is one of the most important aspects to that, and I really welcome the fact that this has been put forward and is now being considered by this committee. So,
and in your submission you did talk about the Crown and the budget, but I think that's out of scope, but we will also take note, and I guess staff will be taking note about that, because I guess it feeds back into the live music action plan as well.
Yeah, I mean the point I would make, I know this is possibly slightly off topic, but the point I would make about that is that if it was determined that the best way to save the Crown was by retrofitting it for higher standards of sound treatment, it could close for up to 2 years in order to do that level of work to a building of that age. And this is also this point I was making about retrofitting old buildings. It's more expensive relative to the value of the building, and it probably closes the building for possibly a considerable period of time. And if the Crown closes for 2 years, it may not reopen, because it may not be economic to do so. You know, once we lose things, we tend not to get them back, and that's a real issue for capital developments and venues in the city.
Thank you. I actually have a question to start. I can't this question. Can we also get in by a statement whether or not, in fact, there has been through the live movement action plan an assessment of requirements for sound insulation, or is in fact is this where it's ended up? is this the only place where it's happening?
The advisory group's been going for a wee while now, I think, so just wondering whether that connection's been made.
Okay.
I would point out that a very simple way to reduce that requirement is to raise the standard for sound output, if you will, from venues in the district plan.
As opposed to the installation of the building itself?
Well, I think both things. I mean, you know, it may still need to be done to bring venues down to a 65 limit, but it would be much more. It would be less costly for those venues to comply with the 65 dB limit than with the 60 limit, which is, I believe, the one proposed.
Oh, I see. You're asking to elevate it.
Yeah, because I think it should be higher at both ends. I think there should be more protection for residential buildings in their design standard, but I also think that there should be more sound output allowed from venues. That 5 dB between 60 and 65 makes a crucial difference, and I note that there are calls in Christchurch to increase their inner city limit from 60 to 65 for exactly that reason.
So in response to this, then what's the port's sitting in here somewhere? What's the port of Otago expansion?
Port Otago, they have a noise management regime that is quite different from the acoustic installation requirements in Rule 9.3.1. So it's a really bespoke rule, which requires acoustic installation of dwellings within a certain radius of the port, and different options for the port can contribute some acoustic insulation, depends on whereabouts within how close the port they are. So that's quite a bespoke rule.
I would note that I'm not quite going to the point of asking developers to contribute to the sound insulation of venues, although I suggest that could be an option for you.
Well, these are operators, not developers. You see, the port's an operator.
I know, but just on reverse sensitivity, you know, an existing venue, if it's not able to comply sensibly, I mean, if it was found through some more cost benefit that venues couldn't comply sensibly with a 60 dB standard without closing, then perhaps asking developers to contribute to the cost of the soundproofing of those music venues from that output is an option. I hadn't considered that, but since my point about the port noise zone is simply that it has a 40 dB insulation requirement for residential buildings, and that's when use conflict is expected, therefore it would seem consistent to do that for the city as well.
Yeah, that was my question around consistency, is what is their permitted decibel maximum? And I presume, I know that the port operates on, at least on 2 cycles, like it has a different regime at night than it has during the day.
They do, yeah. They have a noise management and noise mitigation plan. They've got, have to adopt best practicable options. It's Rule 30.5.4. It's quite a different regime, and it refers to different appendices within the section 30 of the appendix 30 of chapter 30 of the plan. So it's.
But is there a maximum noise limit in there?
There's not a maximum noise limit, no.
I looked into
they can produce it, you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's outlined in the port noise mitigation plan. So it is quite a bespoke rule.
Because it's a bespoke activity, but in terms of looking at consistency across industrial activities, if you wanted to go that far, are we applying the same rules across every noise generating activity in the city? Would be my question. That's what my question is.
Okay. And my contention would be that we should certainly be expecting the same level of protection for tenants and residential dwellers in the inner city that what is provided in the port noise zone, where there is an expectation of use conflict.
Of course, back down to the operator at that point, which means that that would be the venue that would be taking the same
there's absolutely 2 sides to it, and that's also why I think 65 and 40 is within the allowable national standards, so it's an option.
Alright, so we'll get some information back in the reply report on this. And can you engage noise expert, Mr. Lane? Trevathan, isn't it? Trevelyan, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I called them Trevathan.
Trevathan, yeah.
Oh, that's Trevathan.
Yeah. And so just, two matters, can you just ask, well, can you see if there's scope within submissions to address the noise output from venues, the 60 versus 65?
Yeah.
First of all, if we were to consider that, we have to decide if we have scope within submissions to do that, so that's the first point. If we do have scope, can you ask the noise expert to comment on that and feed that into your reply report?
Yeah.
And then also just reconsider this 35 versus 40 decibel noise limits, which both Mr. Kilroy and Mr. Monk have spoken to us about. Yeah, a number of other submitters. I do know that I deal with district plans all around New Zealand, and 40 dB AEQ is a fairly consistent standard that's applied as an internal noise limit for bedroom sleeping areas and noise sensitive spaces. So it's certainly not out of the realm of current practice. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
So now we just adjourn again. We've got a Zoom, this hearing's being Zoomed, so we can turn it on and off. Submitters come and go. And our next submitter is due at 3 o'clock. this stage we're hearing from Carolyn Timms, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So now you supported the removal of tree group G015 from the notified plan, didn't you?
Yes, correct.
And the office of staff have recommended to us to accept your submission and to continue with the removal of that tree group.
Yes.
And as a panel, it would be very unlikely for us to go against that staff recommendation. So.
Okay. Yeah, what happened was the emails didn't go through, and when I had emailed, because I read about it in the ODT, they were coming on the line and they said, oh, there were so many submissions.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I thought they meant for this various aspect, so I said put my name down. But yeah, I just want to just thank the DCC for actually having this kind of process. We've met the landscape architects and the DCC arborists over the years since we've owned the home. And as you can see, the canopy of the gum trees in the group goes over our house, and obviously that's a new roof, but prior to that, that caused a lot of damage that we've had to pay for. You can see a line where that blue colour is. We've had to pave the tree roots, cracked the mains. We had to pay $3,000, so it's been quite expensive for us. So we just want to thank you that we can kind of undertake removal of part of them if it gets approved. And the only thing I was going to say is that whether future STEM assessments may, for other landowners, take into account proximity to infrastructure such as people's homes and drainage and things like that. So that was just what I wanted to say. So.
Thank you very much. It's sensible advice. We have questions for you. So.
Alright.
Very easy.
Right, thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours for coming here.
Have a long way for a very short time.
Yeah. But hopefully.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're adjourned again. Next submitter is scheduled for 3:30.
Okay, so my intention is just to read my submission, and also there are appendices here which I'll draw your attention to at appropriate points. Okay, I've chosen to submit orally because there is a wider context to the proposed easement which needs to be understood, and would ask you to bear with me while I explain this. Please note that the proposed plan change with respect to open water courses is not, as I understand it, considered by DCC to involve the establishment of easements, but the effect and specification is sufficiently similar to an easement that I would argue that they are de facto easements by another means. They are therefore, for the purposes of this submission, hereinafter referred to as easements. There are two major points I would like to discuss. The first is whether an easement is necessary at all for the disposal of stormwater into a natural open water course on private property. There are already provisions within the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act which give local bodies the powers sought by the DCC through the instrument of an easement or de facto easement. And you'll be familiar with these acts, so you won't really need to look at that appendix. On the surface, it will appear that DCC has used time and money on an exercise which is redundant, unless there are valid reasons that have not been made public. Aside from being an affected party, I raise this point in the general public interest. While not specified in the sections of the Acts which I referred to, it would seem reasonable to expect local bodies themselves to uphold the standards of care of open water courses that they are required to enforce. In this respect, in the specific case of this particular open water course on our property, DCC has performed poorly. Over many years, DCC has allowed significant quantities of eroding material to fill the open water course to its detriment and to the detriment of DCC's own infrastructure. For example, the flooding of Dalziel Road at Fraser's Gully and the considerable damage to the road and embankment that occurred in 2016. And at this stage I would ask you to go to Appendix 2, please. Right, this is Princeton Road at the point on the right where the eroding material is deposited, and there have been over the decades that we've lived in this property literally tons of eroding material poured into the watercourse there. On the right hand side and the left hand side you can see ditches which carry this material. The offending break, the main offending problem, is this one, which in my experience really gets cleaned out. This was cleaned out after the last flood and was full of rhodium detritus, lining material from the ditch, and also various vegetation that has been brought down with it. This is various parts of our property on page 9, where you will see the extensive deposits of rhodium material which I have removed from my little mini digger over the last decade. Page 11, similar. Page 12, similar. The next one is a bit telling because this is an access road for the power line easement on the property so that the high tension lines can be serviced. And under this is a culvert. That culvert is 1.5 meters down and it was completely filled with gravel to the extent that no watercourse existed and it flowed straight over the top of this road. Page 14, this is roading material 200 metres away from the road, and there's a considerable amount of this strewn all the way back up what was formerly this, I call it mono watercourse because in summer it's hardly there at all. It really only exists as a stormwater, and it's fed to a certain extent by springs underneath it, but that's about it. Page 15, this is the cause of the flooding in 2016. This is a part of the infrastructure that's associated with the water treatment station and in Princeton Road, Mount Grand, and that was completely filled to the top with roading material, and the result was that flooding occurred, went over and blocked the other culvert and went right across the road to a depth of about 3 metres, and cost an enormous amount to repair. If you go to 16, you will see another shot of the road. If you look back to the first one, you'll see that there was a ditch here. This is 6 months after that photo was taken, and the roading material has completely filled the ditch and it's never been cleaned out. Next one, page 17, underneath this vegetation there are around about 20 cubic metres of material that I have dug out, which came from the roads and piled up, and grass has grown on top of them. I've since removed that with the help of the City Council roading people. Had a bit of a talk about it and got that sorted out, and I'll talk about that as I go through the submission. Okay, back to the main text here. We as occupiers of the land have met and exceeded our responsibilities with respect to caring for the open water course in question by removing new and historic deposition of roading material over the last decade. That's as long as we've lived on the property. We have also, in consultation with the DC's roading division, removed the fence and done other work to make the ongoing removal of eroded roading material a relatively easy operation for DCC contractors. That this continues to be necessary is disappointing, and largely because the grates and ditches along Brinston Road, from where the eroded roading material comes, are not proactively maintained. The maintenance appears to only be done in reaction to blockages and attendant flooding, with the result that Brinston Road needs regular resurfacing with gravel and damage to adjacent properties and road infrastructure that's tended to. Exposition of the root cause of this particular situation requires a not unrelated digression into the concept of a perverse incentive. This is the idea that often well-intended actions or procedures can incentivise practices which lead to unsatisfactory outcomes. The maintenance of the grates, ditches, gutters and culverts along Brinston Road can be seen as a case study of a perverse incentive in action. The grate that is intended to stop detritus entering and blocking the culvert under the entrance of the Mount Grand water processing plant on Brinston Road, that's the one that I showed you earlier on, gets blocked by waterborne ditch lining stones, rubbish and plant material. Heavy rain occurs and cannot pass through the culvert. The water floods across the road and carries the gravel, surface roading material and often eroded substrate across into the opposite gutter, where it is transported to the driveway culvert of our uphill neighbour's property. It blocks that culvert and roading material is carried into the garden area. And council has had to clear this more than once from their roading area at the cost of the ratepayer, of course. Much of the material, and this is not an insignificant amount of material, also flows on and enters the open water course on our property, which is the subject of the proposed easement. Historically, this material has been deposited as far as 200 metres into our property, forming a shingle fan and completely obliterating the natural open water course, a situation we've attempted to address by sympathetic landscaping, planting and the previously mentioned improvement of maintenance access to our property. That maintenance access allows the council's contractors to get this stuff when it's first deposited, and hopefully that will solve the problem to a degree. A look at the situation from an organisational perspective reveals the perverse incentive in action. The culvert under the entrance to the water processing plant is allowed to become blocked. The road floods and damages the road and properties. Then the DCC's contractors come and resurface the road and repair the damage. Failure to do proactive maintenance at a non-problem point creates regular work for the contractors. Proactive maintenance would save the DCC the cost of considerable ongoing repair work. Proactive maintenance would deprive the contractors of predictable ongoing paid work. Hence, there is a perverse incentive for the contractors not to be proactive with maintenance. Alternatively, it may be that DCC does not require contractors to be proactive about maintenance, or does not have a mechanism to initiate proactive maintenance. For example, routine inspection of known and potential problem areas. If this reactive model of maintenance is widespread in the DC's considerable area of infrastructure responsibilities, a shift to a more proactive model has the potential to provide considerable cost savings to the district and its ratepayers. Such a shift might be brought about by penalty clauses in contracts and the adequate funding of DCC's own inspection of potential and non-problem areas. If such penalty clauses and inspections already exist, then experience at our property would suggest that they are inadequate and need to be beefed up. Now let me tie this back into the personal position of the submission I'm making. It is simply this: if the DCC wants to have control of this open watercourse, then in fairness and equity, they should take responsibility for damage or degradation caused by DCC infrastructure or inadequate maintenance of infrastructure. Secondly, if the DCC does not decide to take the step of adding yet another easement or de facto easement to this area of our property, DCC should still recognise that they too have a responsibility not to block or foul open watercourses. Now to another discussion point, the second one. This is that there are already easements covering the bulk of the area of the proposed new easement, which makes the purpose of the proposed easement or de facto easement redundant. And if you would like to look at the third section here, we have, if you overlay the proposed easement or whatever you like to call it, formalisation on page 18, if you overlay that over the easements already existing, you'll see that they occupy pretty much the same space. So we have 2 acts and 2 easements and 1 formalisation, all to secure what? What are we trying to secure with this? That's the question I have to ask. It seems like an extraordinary waste of time and money to have a 5-way lock on this piece of property restricting the building or putting on something on it or whatever. So this is, to me, it seems just a waste of time. Okay. In conclusion, our experience, if our experience is representative, DC's approach to infrastructure development and maintenance is in need of review. That's based on the experience we've had, of course. It may be different in other places. The formalising of natural open water courses as stormwater drains is an environmentally questionable practice, particularly if this introduces rubbish and roading material into these watercourses. Changes in land use, such as scrub clearance or housing development, increases surface runoff, and where this runoff exceeds the capacity of drains and culverts designed for earlier land use or settlement patterns, flooding occurs with the damage and associated costs that implies. Formalising the dumping of ever-increasing amounts of stormwater runoff into natural waterways looks more like problem avoidance than planning. Equally, reactive maintenance hardly qualifies as maintenance at all. The elected governance arm of the council needs to talk to the operational arm of DCC, through the CEO of course, about this. A business as usual approach to infrastructure maintenance and development is not a forward-looking approach, and planning, by definition, should be about the future. As a parting observation, watercourses are physical, geomorphological features. They exist in the real world. Neither maps nor satellite imagery are a substitute for physical inspection of areas subject to planning changes. Equally, notification of plan changes and an opportunity to submit objections is only paying lip service to the process of consultation. A 20-minute on-the-ground guided tour of our property and its quite complex hydrology, that is, springs, one minor and one quite significant stream, that's Fraser's Gully Stream, runs through our property, as well as this one that we're talking about at the moment, and significant DCC underground water carrying structures would have helped both the planning and the consultation process if the opportunity for planners to get out of the office does not exist, then it needs to be created.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I think it's only fair I tell you that our job as a panel is to consider wording changes to the district plan. A lot of the issues you've brought to our attention this afternoon relate to operational matters, which is outside our purview. But I'll just see if we have any questions for you. So,
Okay, so I can answer that very simply. The reason that I've done this is that while I can talk to the operational part of the council, it's very difficult to talk to the governance part of the council. So what I'm saying is directed at the governance council about the planning process. This is a planning process that has arrived at this particular point. So I would argue that it is pertinent.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
No, I think you raised some very interesting points, and obviously if we want to talk to the council, I'm suggesting that when it comes to operations, it would be a useful presentation when the 10-year plan consultation comes around again to talk about how the
I'm more than happy to be involved in that, but I think it's up to governments to bring this to the attention of the operational side, using the due process through the CEO, and then have some talk about this. And I'm more than happy to talk about it. This may not be representative, but my observations are that in fact this is representative of the maintenance and the style of maintenance. There endeth the lesson.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Well, I don't have any questions or clarification for you, but thank you for coming in and going to the effort that you have done to prepare this material for us. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, thanks. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. So to the diggers, we're doing the team while we wait for the next meeting. your submission was to remove the stormwater open watercourse from 4 Street.
Yes, the proposed
Yeah.
building sort of buffer zone.
Yeah, associated with that open water course. Now just get the officers to confirm that this is property would be included in your recommendation to remove those water courses?
That's right.
Yeah, so the staff have recommended to us that that water course on your property and a number of others, in fact all of the ones that were notified, be removed, so that it's reasonably likely we'll be accepting that recommendation.
All right.
Yeah, so it's likely that your property won't have the open water course met by as part of this process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have something pre-prepared, so I'll just read what I've written.
Sure.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, now you hear that's great.
Good afternoon, esteemed panellists. My name is Nigel Pettit. Myself and my family reside at 4 Street in Ravensbourne. One of the minor creeks included in the proposed plan change runs down alongside of my property boundary. My land is a reasonably narrow strip. To propose a 5-metre buffer zone along one length of my property, onto which building any new significant permanent structure would require express permission from the regional council, which may or may not be granted, would considerably impact my property value negatively. It would be quite a significant area of my total property area. I've spoken with several other property owners on the street who share a boundary with our creek, and they all feel the same way. It appears to myself and others that this may be an instance of overreach, perhaps a knee-jerk reaction to the historic 100-year rain event that we had in Dunedin roughly this time last year, where there's a significant landslip in mire about half a kilometre away along our hillside. It's still under litigation what exactly might have caused that particular slip, and it's possible that the heavy rain that day or over those days was only one of the contributing factors. It's during these rainfall events where you expect to see waterway erosion to be quite significant and punctuated, and our creek didn't experience significant erosion. Its banks stayed intact where they were. It was a 100-year rainfall event as described in the local paper. Modern buildings are only expected to stay structurally sound for 50 years. This means we don't reasonably expect to see any significant encroachment of the river into the surrounding land by anywhere near 5 metres within that period, let alone in the next century and beyond. A 5-metre buffer zone of express regional council consent we feel is far too excessive and unnecessary. I believe the current building requirements are, as far as you build up, you build back from your boundary, and that would put standard structures, new builds, at about 2.5 metres back. So there's already regulations in place to keep these structures out of harm's way. This measure is trying to future-proof for 100 years plus into the future, which is, I argue, also quite excessive. It's a steep hillside, and steeper rivers carve deeper, not wider, at a different ratio to slow-flowing waterways. So I think rates of encroachment would be a lot slower than in other models. I believe the waterway is in private ownership, and it's felt that we don't need additional regulations surrounding it. If we want to build close to the waterway, well, there's that requirement already to be back off the boundary by so much. The necessary geological surveying will be done through the DCC building consent process to achieve acceptable standards of structural safety and ground stability. We don't need additional levels of resource management on top of existing ones. And it's felt that for satisfying bank loans to insurance companies for cover, it's all on our own backs anyway. So if these entities aren't satisfied in their own right, then a private project simply wouldn't go ahead anyway. There are already enough checks and balances in play here to assure safety and ground stability and structural integrity to future building near our creek. Let the current practices prevail. They aren't broken or inadequate. We don't need more layers of regulation governing the creek. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that. I'll see if we have any questions from that presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Peter. Obviously, the creek wasn't running on the boundary line. It was the boundary line effect. We had no effect. The creek ran through the middle of the property, and the boundary line offset obviously wouldn't pay any impact. It has been raised that if the waterway was small, which obviously this is, the 5 metre rule doesn't, it was probably not even what was intended. Like, this was someone who lived off the Lindsay Creek, and it's like the Lindsay Creek itself, I can understand 5 metres for the year because it's a large body of water, but other small things on my property are quite small, so why that big a setback? This has come off this particular plan change because of the mapping issues.
Right.
And the government has basically signalled that no new plan changes until RMA reform comes through, but at some point or another this probably will get revisited. And I hear you saying 2.5 metres off that. What would you think about the idea that if it's a small stream or a small waterway, that setback gets reduced as a proportion of the size of the water?
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. I was thinking, I'm not an unreasonable person, I was thinking maybe 3 metres would be probably more fitting for the sort of size of creek that we're talking about.
So a setback that's proportional to the size of the waterway?
Correct, yes. Thank you.
All right, look, I don't have any questions or clarification for you, but thanks very much for coming in and making your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
So now we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.